you how to prep Miss Parker today. And we're going to go through prep work, haircut, and then you guys can ask any questions that you have throughout the whole thing, and I'll try to answer as best as possible. So we're going to head back here, actually. We're having little technical difficulties, just washing the face right now. So not really missing too much. I really want to focus on the dryer work. That's what I really want you guys to see, because prep work is definitely the most important when it comes to doing a curly coat. It's going to make sure that you get the best haircut possible. You know, I gotta get those eye boogers loose. Now hair, oh girl. I'm actually just gonna use this straight on her. With the Melanie Newman, there's no dilution. You can put it straight on, you can froth it, you can kind of just have fun with it, but a little goes a long way with this stuff.
I'm obsessed with it.
I love it too. It's nice, and I like that they have a line pretty much for every coat type. They have a curly coat line, they have a line for dogs with skin issues, they have a double coat line, and then a line for wire coats and drop coats.
Melanie Newman?
Yes.
The price point for it too is really nice, because Cheyenne, how much was it for the bigger dogs that we had?
I think they're about 65, yeah.
But technically, because it's measured in liters, it's like, it's over a gallon in it.
Making sure to rub all that soap in and get everything nice and clean. Our first shampoo really is not as important as the second one. This is really just gonna loosen all that dirt that she has on her and help the next shampoo really get everything off and clean. And then we will condition after. Conditioning is super important. That helps restore all the sebum that we wash away once we shampoo. So always make sure that you're conditioning, especially those curly coats, really all coat types. Super important. I'm gonna move you back over here. Girl. Look at my neck. Girl. Alright. And I usually let the shampoo sit for about 3 minutes the second time, just to let it really work in there and do its job. Same with the conditioner, let it sit for about 3 minutes, and you'll notice a difference that the shampoo and the conditioner are actually doing what it's supposed to do. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna do a quick rinse the first time, because we're just gonna go back and shampoo. So hard to do this one.
Is that camera working?
Hey, cool.
Are you good over there on that one? Okay. You know what? I could keep going.
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
angles.
Yeah, no,
That's
yeah,
what you
great.
guys to look back on.
You like that?
I'm gonna sort and stop them so they might sound a little easier and you can edit them.
You can also email it to me. Alright, now we're gonna do the second wash. I usually have a fleet comb to help me get any eye boogers, but I'm just gonna use my fingers and get as much off as possible. And rinse her little eye. Sorry about that. Make sure you're washing everything really good. You want a nice clean coat or you're not gonna get a good haircut. And you're not gonna be able to dry properly. You were
Melanie like Ella?
I don't, but I totally would. I love these products so much. Helen Schaefer is actually the rep here in the US, and she can tell you everything that you need to know about this product, from the different coats that you can use it on to different ways to use it. And she actually has a Facebook account where she makes different videos for it, and does like prep work on her dogs, and that's always nice to see how other groomers are using these products too.
If you don't know Ellen Schaefer, she's an open level groom team USA
She's amazing.
competitor. Competes internationally.
All right. So we're gonna let this one sit just for a minute, let it just do its job. Make sure to get those little feet all clean too.
Do you condition every dog?
Yes, every dog gets conditioned, especially because most of these dogs go home and they aren't seen or bathed for another 4 to 8 weeks, maybe more. And so it's super important to put that, everything that you're stripping out with the shampoo back into the coat with the conditioner. And I feel like it just makes dealing with the coat a lot more manageable also.
Do you do, 2 shampoos even on like big, heavy
Yes,
dogs?
I do 2 shampoos on all my dogs, and then just 1 conditioner, sometimes 3 if they're really dirty. But if I do have to do 3, I do charge for that too. Because it's that extra time that you're spending that you wouldn't normally. Where you going? Where you going? Just get that in some more. Goodness, someone's upset. She's like, I don't have to be good. This is called naughty and nice. I can be either.
She chose violence.
I think you might, especially now that he's been sitting in that crate with all the stimulation for a while. He's gonna be a little
The
angry.
schnauzer that we have, I've never worked on him before, so I don't know how he is.
Alright.
Zoe by far is
We're
one
gonna go ahead and
of the
rinse
worst
for the
dogs.
sake of this webinar.
Cheyenne, you're gonna go through this.
So this rinse is the one that really matters. You wanna make sure you get all that soap out. Make sure the coat is nice and clean. And you want to be very intentional when you're rinsing a dog. You don't want to start in a random spot, like on the back of the dog, and then go to the front of the head. You want to make sure you're rinsing, maybe starting from the top of the head and then working your way back and then down, so you get all that shampoo off. I don't know about you guys, but I do not do anal glands in my salon at all. I leave that to the vet. If the dog has a known problem and the vet has cleared me to be okay with doing it, then I will, but only with vet clearance. I'm sorry? Only if the ears are, if they have like an infection like regularly, then yes. If the ears naturally are okay, I leave them alone. They're doing what they need to do themselves. All right, now we're gonna put the conditioner in. I usually apply the conditioner to like the back half of the head and the ears, and then I work my way all the way back on the dog.
Keep your head up, girl. Keep that head up.
This conditioner also goes a really long way if you froth it. It starts to get really thick, and it's great for just spreading without wasting product.
Taylor, would you wanna dry in the front?
I'll probably dry here since we have a camera back here, and I'll do like half of the dog. Do you want me to? No?
Dry it front end.
Dry in front? Okay.
If you wanna start drying her up front, and then I can take her back and finish, or you can finish while she
Okay.
starts her dog.
Will you go ahead and take a dryer up there? It's kind of weird not being in your own salon. Kind of gotta adjust accordingly. Make sure she's fully conditioned everywhere. Add some more under her tummy. And then we're gonna let this sit for about 3 minutes and let it do its job. It's gonna relax those curls, make the prep work a lot easier when it comes to fluffing the coat. Also, make sure to get under those grooming loops. Make sure you lift up those grooming loops and get under them when you're washing. Yes, got some conditioner in your nozzle. It's okay.
Do you prefer, the jelly loops or like the,
I-
like fabric?
I
loops?
prefer the Biothane just because they're a lot easier to clean. I can go from bath to dry to grooming with the same loop without having to worry about it being wet. The Biothanes are definitely nice. I like the Alpha ones specifically though, just because these tend to like slide up a lot.
Yeah.
The Alpha ones, they stay down. And that's what I need. I have some escape artists that I groom.
Oh, yeah.
All right, and I'm just gonna let this sit. I'm just gonna give her a nice massage so she doesn't feel lonely in here. Yes, where you going?
I really like them as well. I'm like obsessive with sanitizing, so I just feel like
Yeah.
they're way easier to clean between dogs.
We actually, in my town, we have a Bordetella outbreak right now. Yeah, so like, I'm so glad I have things like the Biothane. I actually stopped using my paw mats because I just felt like you can't sanitize those as well. So thankful for Biothane, definitely. Oh, good girl.
We've been buying yoga mats just from Five Below,
Oh.
so that we can, for like the older dogs.
Yeah,
we
you just throw it on
out.
there, yeah.
Yeah, afterwards.
That's nice. I don't know how long she's been sitting, but we're gonna sit for like another minute and then we will go ahead and rinse.
I'm pretty close. I looked at the clock and it was 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm kind of like have it like a internal clock now. I'm just like I know when to rinse. Good girl. All right. Go ahead and get the water started over here. Again, making sure you're getting under that loop when you're rinsing. And with conditioner, you really want to make sure you rinse it really well. Any residue left in the coat will affect your prep work. You won't be able to get a complete dry. You'll be like, what is going on? Probably still conditioner. Still some type of product in the coat. my prep work, it probably is the thing that takes the longest. I really want to make sure my dogs are clean so that I can get the best haircut that I can. I feel like I can't stress enough that prep work is the most important thing. It so is. Go with her one last time with the water just to make sure she's all rinsed. All right. This is the most important part. Bath does matter, but the most important part is making sure you dry and fluff correctly. So I'll show you guys how I do that. First, I'm gonna make sure I get all the water that I can out with the towel. Can one of you grab me a happy hoodie from back there? Thank you. And we have a few different angles for you guys to see on Zoom of the bath once we get that uploaded, which for the video to rewatch, please give us like about 72 hours or so to edit and get that sent out to you guys. Hi, baby, come here. Come here. I usually use a conditioning spray, but since I had to fly here, kind of limited on the liquids I can bring. So we're gonna roll with what we have. Yes. Actually, I'm gonna suffer from hearing loss with everybody else. We'll all be in this together. Right now, I love the Magic Mist by iGroom. Oh my gosh, it's not too heavy. I don't have clients coming back with like a lot of buildup in their coat. And like I said, it's not too heavy. I love a spray that's not too heavy on the coat because I love scissoring. Alrighty. Oh, we got some Madex. I've never used Madex. Is it thick? No, it's not too thick. Doesn't leave a residue either. All right. Yeah, you can't fly with them either. So I was gonna bring my hairspray, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna place a towel under her while I dry, and that'll help collect all the water. Do you mind grabbing another towel? This one is pretty damp, actually. Preferably grab a drier towel to put underneath because that will help soak up all that moisture that'll go in the air, cause humidity. And we're just waiting on the towel. Perfect. I'll withdraw. All right. I'm just going to toss this to the ground for now. And we're all going to suffer from hearing loss together. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're probably going to mute the mic real quick while we dry. So give this just a minute. And then now. Okay. I'm gonna use this Maddox. I've never really used Maddox, but I really encourage using a brushing spray. So what happens when you brush the coat dry is you start to cause breakage on the coat. So you definitely want to do like a light mist on the coat before brushing, and that'll help significantly. So I'm just gonna light mist the whole coat. I'm gonna start working on this side. So I'm gonna mist this side first. I'm gonna grab my brush. Let's see. I think I left it back there, but we're gonna use this one. So you're gonna take your nozzle off, and I'll come around there so you guys can see too. You're gonna take your nozzle off. I like to start at my legs and work my way up. So I'm gonna have the air blowing where I need it. And then I'm gonna start brushing everything up and out. I know. You're so mad. It's okay. Watching the coat get straighter for me. Upset. Okay. All the way down. Only brushing where the air blows. Up this leg from this side. No, you don't like those feet done. It's okay. Yeah. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's what this is perfect. I'm gonna do this. No, you're good. No. No. Good girl. I know. Pick up the feather. if she'll let me get her leg now. I doubt it. I'll get up to it. I'm just gonna do half of it. Sorry, baby. We move it closer this way. Girl, it's okay. So I'm gonna do half right now, especially since she's not too fond of her feet being done. She's like, Lydia, please save me. I'm gonna show you guys the difference in drying, and we'll do the face after this. So this is the difference after fluff drying. So that's fluff dry. Still have a few areas in here that I'll probably go back over. You ideally want the coat to be nice and straight like it is here, all the way down to that root. And then here is the other side. Unfluffed. Still not completely dry. You can see those areas where her coat is kind of different color or it kind of clumps together. You want that coat to be nice and dry and looking like this side right here. And then we'll do her face real quick if she lets me. She doesn't let me do that up here. We'll get a video for you guys to watch after back there. As long as she doesn't struggle too much. If she struggles too much, we're not going to push her past her point. You can. I don't usually have someone to, so it really doesn't matter. Let me see how she does for this, and then we see. Does she like her dry face dried? Will you come hold her? So I don't want her to back up. Try to give her some freedom, but she's taking a little too far. So when I start them out on the face, I'm not sure. I'll start from afar, just kind of blow it everywhere, see how they react to different areas of their face. Same with brushing the rest of the body. Cover the eyes, get you a little spritz in there. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Grab that muzzle and then like a C hold. And I'm gonna start from the back. Kind of hard to like get this on camera for everybody. Here. Can you guys still see if I'm right here? Okay. Where are you going? Where are you going? Girl, yes, you are. And I'm only lightly brushing. I'm not putting a lot of pressure. You don't want to cause brush burn. Try not to brush in the area for too long either. Move around. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. And for around the eyes, I grab the face and I hold around here. So I know I'm not gonna brush the eyes. Is it question? No. Is that better? We can move it. I'm gonna hold the ear and the side of the head so it doesn't blow into her ear while I'm doing it. And I just kind of hold under here. She's kind of nervous, so she might not let me completely. Oh, I'm holding over the ear and behind the head. And I kind of grab like the other ear for my hold. And I kind of come here, but she keeps turning her head, so it's kind of awkward. But I want to make sure the air is not blowing directly into that canal for her. I can only imagine how uncomfortable that would be. All right, now I'm going to get my comb. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the dryer with everything. Okay, so we're gonna finish drying her face. For the muzzle part, we're gonna get off the comb and we're gonna prep with this. Hopefully she'll let me do it. We'll see. For the front part of the face, oh. All right, perfect. All right, we're gonna get this turned on again. Let her get used to the noise. I'm gonna tuck under my arm and then I'm gonna start from afar. Not blowing directly into her nose. I'm probably gonna have to come on this side. Got a few mats in there. Those mats out real quick. So for the muzzle, we're gonna dry everything up and out. I'm gonna try to get the dryer as close to her face as she'll let me, but you'll notice that I'm taking everything out. I'm not coming down, I'm going out and up if I can. I do come down, but only to dry the nose. So if they don't like it from the front, you can also come from the back and get that nose and by the eye. Just like this. Good girl. It's okay. Oh, did it. That's it. Coming back in and make sure everything is combed out and up on the muzzle and near the side of the face right here. Making sure everything is straight too. I usually, with the eyes, I go in with my comb just because I don't want to make sure I'm brushing the eyes at all. It's easier to control that with the comb. So I'll just bring all this forward and dry, and then all of it back Just trying to get it as straight as possible. Good girl. Now we're gonna go to the chin. With the chin, I'm gonna slowly that up. Grab my brush and fluff everything up. But not liking it too much. There we go. I really brush every direction. The goal is to just get it as straight as possible. All right. So now since she won't let me really dry too much on the face, just gonna make sure everything is combed out and up so that as it dries, it starts to dry in the position that we need it in. Didn't get the ears yet either, but I'm gonna go ahead and just do that like this since she's already kind of upset about everything. Now all of our coat is nice and up for us, and it'll help us in the haircut create that nice smile-like look with the teddy bear head. Make her look nice and happy and young. So I'm gonna take her off here, I'm gonna dry her, and Kate's gonna take over from here.
Oh, you want me to go up there?
Yes.
You use the Relax by Melanie Newman, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'll also include a list of tools and products that we'll send out with the video link also.
We're on. Okay. So before I start, for in-person and online, if anyone has any questions, please ask. Kayla or Mandy will be, here, you come here real quick. They will be watching the chat. Can you get back up here? I needed to grab that. Come on, Georgie. Come on. Yeah, he's like, yeah, good boy. With working with dogs like this, kind of hard to, I guess, tailor a class to it unless there's questions being asked as well. So we'll hook you up like that and pull this up. Ready? So I'll hook you up already, 'cause I know you're gonna get upset. Me too, Nancy. I guess one of my questions to you guys first is, do you guys do dogs that are sedated? Yeah. You're okay. And can they hear me okay on there? I don't know. I just want to make sure that like the mic isn't rubbing. Can I? Okay, I'll scream. Static. Is it rubbing? I also need nail trimmers real quick. Is it better? Can you guys hear okay? Yes. Okay. Heard anything I asked, but if you guys have any questions, please type in the chat. We'll answer it as soon as it pops up. Okay, so I'm Paige. I have been grooming for almost 10 years. March will be 10 years, and I started in a corporate setting. We were like the busiest salon in the district, so with the noise, it always got very loud and busy. Got a lot of dogs that were terrified. A lot of my coworkers at the time also would turn the dogs away, and for some odd reason, I like really wanted to work on them and take the challenge on. So that's where kind of like my interest in it started. And since then, we've just been doing it. Please scoot back a little bit. Right now, he has a little bit of trazodone, so. So with prep work, I know that Kayla touched base on like stretch drawing, which is good to do to always make the dogs look well. Georgie hates brushing, so getting him dry is a chore to begin with. That's another thing that I feel like is going to be good in this webinar is just the difference of a good dog versus one that has issues, because prep work also isn't always the best. Like my goal is to get them clean and to be able to get them done as comfortable as possible. Ready? Are you ready? We're gonna start. I know. Okay. Normally, I always first start on feet. Just try to shave out pads.
Can you talk louder?
I'm quiet.
Yeah, it says the microphone's quiet, so maybe if you talk louder, maybe that's
Okay.
what'll
No.
record.
Testing.
Ask them if it makes a difference if you talk louder or
Does it
not.
make a difference if I yell, or do we need to adjust settings? Good boy.
They said that's a good volume, as long as you speak up a little
Okay.
louder.
You're okay. You're all right, Georgie. I know you're already getting upset. One thing with dogs when they start to act up, I don't know, like I've worked with a lot of people that get easily irritated quickly, or they start to let the dog sense that they're getting stressed out. I just try to baby talk them and vibe with them the whole time. So once they start to pick up that you're getting irritated or stressed out with them acting the way that they are, they start to get worse. You're all right, Ryan. See? We'll clear this out before we start brushing on you. Did you started? Did you have kittens? Here. I also want to make sure I'm not blocking. I know, some groomers won't take sedated dogs, so the only type of dogs that I will take that are sedated is if they're on, like trazodone. Or I know that the other medication that some vets will prescribe is like gabapentin, which is technically, that's kind of like a pain
Yeah. that's
killer.
really good medication.
That's what I thought. And so if they get enough of it, it kind of acts like a light sedative for them. And then some dogs, they take both at the same time, which just kind of helps mellow them out. Anything else that's gonna be like more severe, I'm not super comfortable with. I want the dog to be able to still be active and standing on the table, to be able to react to stuff, but just basically be calm. The only time that I have done like a fully sedated dog is when a vet is around, so they're put under and a catheter is put in as well, but obviously we're not doing that in a salon, so that'd be weird. Also, a dog like him, because he's reactive like this, always try to focus on staying out of the bite zone.
What is the bite zone?
Bite zone, so what I consider the bite zone is anything that like, if he's able to turn his head and get me, you wanna be out of it. There was one time where I was not paying attention, it was actually the pen, and he got me on top of my head. So I always kind of come from the back on them. Here. Yeah. Oh, sure. I also, you know, when they're acting like that too, I always try to keep in mind to keep like focus on the dog's range of motion as well. If I'm gonna pull his arm out like this to try to shave a pad or something, it's not comfortable for him. He's gonna get more pissed off at me and try to bite more, so just trying to up and back, like his body naturally would move. Good boy, see, you're done. Look at that. Now we're gonna let me see him. Do you guys use 5-in-1s?
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with them. I don't understand how some people don't use them. Yeah. I do have a couple dogs here today too, to work on, just so you can, I guess, see how different situations arise and how I work around it. I also wanted to talk about how to handle like communicating with the clients, like the owners, about a dog when they're acting up. Because I know that that can be a tricky part. And it's kind of uncomfortable at first when you start, you know, telling people that their dog doesn't behave. Some people get offended. And it's just the way that you have to kind of work around it to make sure that they stay understanding and calm and not offended by it.
Does that mean that you downplay the dog's behavior, Paige?
No, I tell them. Trying to think. No, I tell them, I try to be polite about it, but if their dog like makes me bleed, I tell them. I don't know, some people will be like, no, they did really well today, they're just a little wiggly for this. I'm like,
No.
nope, they had an absolute meltdown, and this is something we need to work on. That's another thing that I try to get owners like on board with. If majority of the time too, when I am getting aggressive dogs, it's like, I guess like rescue situations where they haven't had the dog its whole life, so they didn't start from a puppy to get it used to grooming. And they'll come in and be like, you know, other groomers have turned me away, I don't know what to do.
a lot of it also starts at home, so getting a dog trainer involved is extremely important. Just because, you know, I'm only seeing this dog once every, 4 to 8 weeks, so that's not much time that I have with them to try to help. Look at you. This is the best you've been. What are you doing?
Why'd you choose that today?
Can you talk a little bit about the pet parent shame of having a difficult dog and our role in being understanding when, you know, because it's a difficult situation to be in, to have a dog that you can't take places.
No, so that's a good topic to talk about. I try to always, well, because I also advertise myself as someone that is willing to work with these dogs. I know that owners are kind of like scared to tell us, like, my dog bites. I try to, like, one thing I do because I work for myself, so I'm able to, you know, like, I have paperwork that I send out like digitally for them to fill out, so I have like a questionnaire on there, and I explain in there, you know, like, I need to know down to the nitty gritty on how your dog acts, and how they behave and everything, because sometimes people are like, oh, well, he'll just bite occasionally, but he doesn't mean it. And I try to word everything, and even when I'm talking to them on the phone, that they need to be fully transparent with me because I am risking my safety for it. And I just try to get them to be comfortable with me and understand that, like, I'm not judging them for having a dog that doesn't cooperate very well.
There's a question on here that says, at what point do you stop working with the dogs or parents? Sometimes the dogs are actually more cooperative than the owners.
This is true. That's really hard. I have not had that happen in a very long time, but sometimes people drop off. They're more anxious than the dog is, so it works the dog up. And I'm straight up just like, nope, hand the dog over, like, leave, it'll be fine. They're reacting off of you. God, I haven't dealt with that in a very long time though, like firing a client over that. And I haven't recently had to fire a client over the dog not being able to be done. The last one was a couple years ago, and it just got to the point where, excuse me, I knew that it was going to have to be a groom that was going to have to be the type that gets sent to the vet every couple months to be put under, to be just 10 bladed nose to tail, because it just was not cooperating. Are you ready to do your nails?
Now, dealing with difficult dogs, if you're unable to complete the groom, do you still try to bring them back in later that week, or do you kind
Yes.
of let them?
No, so I try to break it up, even like, even if my schedule or the owner's schedule doesn't really line up, I try to give like a couple week like time frame to get them in to finish things, because that was another thing I want to talk about today too. He's one of them several times that he's came in and I'm not able to complete him in one sitting, depending on what has to be done and how bad he's acting at that time. I still charge full price. Like last time, he just had to come in for his face to be finished in like one paw. So when she came in, I was just like, I'm not charging you anything for it. Like, it's easy, and he was fine because he was only in for a couple minutes. But now if it's a situation where the dog is bad for the bath and it's bad for the blow dryer, and we get like only half the haircut done. Like, I spent a lot of time on that. I had to mark out spots for it, so I'm charging for that. And then if we have to schedule something again too, it's not gonna be another like full price groom, but they are gonna have to pay something for it. Is anyone able to hand me nail trimmers? I don't want to walk away.
Do you have there some of our clients who are like, when we deal with people trying to stay with the dog in
Yes.
the groom?
Yeah, I always,
And what clippers?
just clippers, but they should be in my black bag. I always just tell them that it's not really an option for them to stay, because the dog, they see the owner, they get worked up.
Seeing this.
And then also, depending on like your work situation, like when I worked in corporate, owners aren't allowed behind the gate. It's for insurance purposes. Same thing with me now. If I have an owner behind the gate, like technically in my insurance policy, I should be able to handle the situation. So if they get bit, like they're, even if it's their own dog, if they get injured on properly. So no, I'm like, no, leave. He's seen that bad.
Now, depending on how aggressive the dog will get, do you have like a time limit? Like, oh, this dog can only be here for an hour because he'll get too aggressive and I won't be able to do it anymore.
Yes and no. So when they're new, I always quote, like a dog like him, sometimes I say 5 hours just to give them breaks. And I try to learn about the dog, because when they come in, I will just let them walk around the salon with me. I'll sit on the floor with them, just let them get used to the place. And then, like if they're too aggressive or they don't like the kennel, that's when I start to realize like, okay, if they come back in next time, like it needs to be cut in half because they can't be kenneled, and I need to basically do them as like an express service and get them out of here. And then some dogs, they have to take multiple breaks to calm down for a little bit because they just get a little worked up. I never do push it down to like a breaking point or stress point. Like if they're showing like severe signs like critical stress, I call it quits and send them home and try to bring them back in later. You ready? With him, I have to do weird poses because he'll try to yank his body up. Can I stick my leg under you like we always do? And hug your rear end. It's my favorite. Okay. Yeah, right, your nails are actually good, dude. Is there any more questions on the chat right now or no? Okay. You're okay.
Back to your questionnaire for your clients, is that just like a Google form that you send out?
No,
or
so
is it like a
actually-
booking software?
Mandy told me about Jotform, and it's an app that you can download and you can customize your own forms. So when I have several made in there, and when someone like new contacts me, I just send them out whichever one fits them better, that has a whole bunch of questions on it. It includes my policies and usually pricing as well, so it's pretty like transparent on what they're going to be getting and what to expect. And then also what I'm expecting from them. Sorry, I got distracted. But I like having that too, because they fill it out at home, like I don't have to wait for them to do it at the desk.
Yeah, it cuts the first appointment time. in half.
Yes,
Do you think that's something you can include to send out to people after? So they
yeah, I
have an
could
example?
probably show, like, get like a screenshot or something of the one that I
You
have.
could even just send the link and, I mean, they just don't fill it out, they just see
Yeah.
what the form is.
Yeah, I could.
Do you have them fill out the form for every appointment or typically just when they're new?
No, so what I do, I plan on changing it though, to where I'm gonna have people probably like biannually fill out forms just in case if anything updates. I was doing like once a year and then just that drop off, like still same phone number, still, you know, and then they either say yes or no and I change it. But I think just for like on my end, I don't know how to word it, but just to like cover me, I want to have them fill it out like a little bit more often. You okay? Looking so good today. Whoa. Oh, I know, Georgie. And so one thing, he wasn't the dog on my Instagram that people saw. A lot of people ask like why I don't use muscles. I do, but not all the time. So a situation like him, he's not really biting that much. He could maybe use, not like specifically him, but in a situation, you know, you could muzzle them, but a lot of the times when I start to put more attachments on them and stuff with muzzles, they get more stressed out, they act up more. I absolutely hate it when I put a muzzle on a dog and they're on the table, they're hooked up to this and they're trying to take their front paws and just like rip it off, and I can tell that they're getting stressed out. It makes me sad, so I always just try to work around them, constantly keep my eyes on them, watch how their body's moving, and just stay out of their area of being able to bite. And then always try to give them little breaks and just praise them in between. I know. Guess what? You get peanut butter after this. You do. Your mommy packed you some. You're okay. Another thing too, like situation, I mean, it is situational. Him, for example, he's always going to bite at his feet, no matter what I do. But there's been some dogs too that I've been able to work with and get them out of wanting to always bite. If I hold on to his foot and he realizes that he bites at me and I let go, he realizes that he's winning and he's just gonna keep doing it. So as long as it's not, hurting him or I'm not getting bit, I will hold on to them and just kind of get them to learn and just be quick. I know.
Now, when doing difficult dog nails, do you try to get like really close to the quick and get all that nail, or do you just focus on clipping?
I mainly just try to focus on clipping. Like his nails, honestly, right now, they're not that bad. But some dogs that come in, like nails like that. If I can just try to get it to where they're walking on the floor and it's not really like clicking,
Okay.
I'll try to get, if they will allow me to get closer, I always try to get closer, but no.
Do you do anything different about the order that you do things in with him, just because of like?
Yeah, each dog, because like almost every dog that I do acts like this now. And I have like different routines in the way that I do everything on a lot of them. Like some dogs, they're super bad for their face. So I start there first just to get it done and over with so they're not stressed out. And I'm not waiting until the end for that.
Do you find yourself doing the harder stuff first or saving it for last?
I guess, like, if I think about it, it would be that I'm trying to do it first in most situations. It's like him.
Sorry, I thought are you breaking? There's a question.
Oh, yeah, ask.
Have you ever used a Dremel on dogs? Any tips for using it with aggressive dogs?
Yeah, I Dremel most of the dog's nails. I can't with him, but most of them, my Dremel's also different. But, I know a lot of places will like upcharge for that. I try to set my prices a little higher, so I include that with like every groom. I try to be like mainly all inclusive with grooms, but I'd say like 80% of the dogs I Dremel their nails. And the one that I have, what is this brand? I bought it. Help me.
Groomer's Best Friend,
Yeah, Groomer's Best Friend, MNG, is the one that, what kind do you guys use?
I mean.
Dremel.
Yeah.
These ones are nice because you don't have to replace the heads on them. If you want to look at it, you guys might pass around. I think it was what, like 140?
Does it come with the diamond bit?
Yes, so I could have just bought the body, and I think that was like $80 or $90, but it was like 140, 150 at the expo that I just bought the whole set. It came with a bigger bit for the tip too. Last time I used that was on a small dog, so that's why that smaller one's on there.
The newer model that they have is enclosed, so
Yes.
Nanda doesn't get into it, which is really, really nice. The downside is that because it's enclosed, it doesn't vent, so the motor can overheat really easily. So if
Yeah,
you're the type of person who'll turn on the Dremel and leave it running for 20 minutes while you do like four dogs, don't
yeah.
do that.
I also, like, I always, if I'm done with a nail, I shut it off, but with this one, it has to have this casing on it because it's open, so the dust will fly in there. They made sure to tell me about that, but yeah, the new ones, they're not made like that. Can I pick this one last nail, please? It's like, no, you gotta go in the car with me again too. You're okay with that one, right? Good boy. That's that.
The other, did you say if you had any tips for using it with aggressive dogs? Like say it was a new dog to you, what, I guess, what would the tip be? If
I
you
hang
had
out
any-
with them. Like, I don't know, I know some people just try to take a dog back and like throw it up on the table and try to get started. Like, how many times have you just came into the salon and you'll see me in a corner sitting on the ground with the dog, just hanging out for like 30, 45 minutes just to like get them used to me. And then at that point, they're kind of just sitting on my lap and want to get going. So I don't really have like too many issues. I feel like if you're not trying to start bonding with them,
Is there any specifics with the Dremel? Like,
oh, with the,
yeah,
with dremeling, low setting, I know it takes longer. And another thing too, like if a dog isn't used to the Dremel, I will hold their foot and just turn it on and like put the base of it on the foot, that way they feel the vibration. I'm sorry.
I was just saying like a desensitization.
Yeah, to desensitize them on that, and I just hold it there and then, you know, eventually like move on to a nail too, like. That's another thing, like, with that, I try to touch their body a lot too, just to get them used to it and where I'm going to be working, so they're not super surprised when I start.
So with a new client, if you just like end up pretty much hanging out with the dog just to kind of get used to it, you don't really do much on the dog. One, how do you explain that to the parent? And two, how do you charge for, in a sense, just hanging out with the dog?
So there's been a couple situations where a dog has came in, I've only been able to like sit with them for like 20 minutes. I'm bad at that, about charging for that time frame, but I'm like, I haven't even started bathing the dog yet, so I'm like, we can reschedule, see if they do better next time, maybe talk to your vet about like a light sedative, get in contact with the trainer so we can start working on this. But usually if it's a new dog and I know that it's aggressive, I'm blocking off a lot of time anyways, where I'm able to get stuff done on them. We're fine.
How much time, like, would you say it's for like on him, how much time would he take?
He takes me like 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you do on him on a normal?
Normal, so, last time, there was like a family situation, so they had to skip a groom. He got matted, he was bad, because he's normally really long and fluffy. So I don't know, 7, took him short. Yeah, you can see his face is like still growing out, but normally I do like 1/2 inch to a 0 guard comb on him. And then just like a bigger head. And that takes me a while with him too, because like Mandy was helping me dry him so I could have him ready in time, but he takes forever to dry because he just is not a fan of it. Come on.
So he does well enough to still get a cute haircut, but you definitely have clients that just get shave downs, right?
Mhm. Yeah, there's some dogs, they come in like every 8 to 10 weeks and they just get like a 7 blade because it's like almost to the point where I'm not able to really finish it. The next step would be a vet, so we just try to make it quick and easy. And some of those dogs, I hate pre-shaving, messes with my blades, but sometimes I have to do it. And so in situations like that, I'll pre-shave a dog before I bathe them, just so dry time doesn't take as long as well, so they can get in and out faster.
Do you charge extra for free shaving?
Mainly if I'm pre-shaving the dog and I'm just gonna like bathe it, dry it and touch it up and it's like in a shorter time frame, I'm kind of like, which I should probably charge more. Because it's messing my blade up, but no, I'm kind of bad about that at times.
is there ever dogs you can only do a haircut with and cannot bathe?
I don't have any of those. Do I?
That's what I was thinking.
No.
You're so patient.
I know.
I
Yeah,
watched you
no.
literally spend 6 hours
I think most
because
of
you'd
the time
rather
they
at
get
least.
at least a bath, and sometimes they don't get a haircut.
Cause trying to think of that one dog that was not too long ago. I always try to bathe them first, cause I feel like that's pretty important.
What about Basket Muzzle? The heavily sedated. He's a white doodle.
I don't remember which one. Is that the one in my video?
Yes.
That might be the real one. That dog comes in like once a year anyways. The owner does not understand that the dog needs to come in more often, so it's literally a 10 all over. And he loses his mind because he's not used to it, and then she gets mad when I charge her like $250 for it. But I'm like, what do you expect? He's trying to maul me.
Is there something you can't get done with the dog, has just kind of is absolutely not on those things, do you just not do them, or do you like find a way even like if it could like increase the stress?
So. Trying to think.
Like I got one, for example, that
Yeah.
comes in on a sedative, and if you touch his butt, the groom is done.
Okay,
So like, so I can't leave him with a sanitary trauma on him.
yeah,
So he's a little short, little nubby tail, so not a whole lot to, kind of hold up and out of the way.
Yeah.
But then he decides that you are absolutely done. So would you just not do it?
so
Would
in a
you-
situation like that, also just depending on how he's reacting, I would save something like that for last. And then try, and I always tell them too, like, it might not look good, because if he's moving around and you're holding the tail up and like you're able to get the sanitary safely, but the clipper comes this way and there's like a 10, they have to understand that their dog is like freaking out, so like I will try, but if it is going to make the dog be too stressed out, that's when I call it quits. And sometimes they're able to take it to the vet and get something like that done. Cause there's been a couple dogs where like nails are a no-go. Sometimes even faces, where the vet has to get involved with, not fully putting them under, but they are sedating them more, and they're just doing a hack job at the vet's office just to get the matting off. Another thing with dogs too, like with him, because I'm not using a muzzle, I slide my thumb up in the groom thing and I lock my elbow. That way, if he is gonna try to come at me, I'm able to stop his head. Okay, good boy. And some praise. No, Georgie. I'm gonna tell your mom. I'm gonna tell her. I know, you absolutely hate brushing. Good boy. Hey, good boy.
What would you say your biggest tips are for like starting dogs off in the right direction? Like, we get this
Frequently
puppy
coming in.
first
Yeah.
room, we're setting, the baseboards. What are the things that you?
There's some
focus
people
on?
that I've asked them, and I always tell them, like, it's whatever your wallet is really like willing to handle, but there's some dogs, weekly, bi-weekly, mainly as puppies, just to come get them in, so they are getting desensitized to everything. Even older dogs, like sometimes people come in on a 2 to 3 week schedule just to come in, get the dog up on the table to get its nails done, hang out for a couple minutes and leave, even if it's not getting like a bath or a haircut. But just, I feel like one thing that does kind of help is having them come into the salon and understand that like not every time they come in, it's gonna be a bad time. So if it's just a quick nail trim, or just like some people stop by and hang out for a few minutes and you love on the dog and then they leave. So I just feel like them coming in a lot more frequently helps.
Do you use food rewards in your grooming, like treats?
Yes. I always try to, like, we keep some treats at the salon. I always try to tell the owner. I always try to tell the owners to like pack like high value treats with them. So something that they don't get a lot of at home, but they really like. That way when they come in, I have a French bulldog that comes in. He doesn't get peanut butter that much, but I literally like lather it on the bar while I do his nails, and he just sits there and likes it. I felt so bad. It was a couple weeks ago. She came in and I did one of the first nail trims on him, not a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago. She was just in not too long ago. And she cried the first time because she said that so many salons had like asked him to leave. And I realized just putting peanut butter on the bar, he's fine. So I don't know. I just feel like also trying to like learn about them and see what they're willing to work with. You're fine. We gotta get this little leggy question called out.
Did you start with behavioral dogs or work your way up to them? I work in a kennel, so I don't often get a choice in the dogs I bathe, but the reactive and nervous dogs really have my heart.
I worked my way up with them because I started at PetSmart, and
You get what you get.
yeah, that's the thing, like corporate grooming, they just kind of like, expect you to just stand there in a factory line and these dogs just come down and you're just supposed to do them, so. Them being handed to me, I either got them done or I didn't. And then when I started to feel more comfortable with them, you know, a customer would call in and someone would be like, oh damn, like this dog just called on the phone, I don't want it, it's bad, and I'm like, give it to me, that's the one I want. And that's how it started. I feel like I work better in chaos, so I just like working with the bad ones.
Neighbors that you won't work with if they have behavioral issues.
No, I know, some groomers are like really worried about chows. I have a couple chows and I love them. They're not even bad, but I know some people, yeah, they absolutely, like, if I'm being honest, the breeds that do like scare me the most, German Shepherds are definitely one of them. Anytime that I have gotten injured, it's been by a Shepherd, so do I think they're beautiful dogs? Yes. Do I like working with them? Not so much, but I still do them. We're just combing you out and trimming in front of your eyes and then you're done.
Do you know anything about his previous grooming history that might be significant?
No, so he's not very old and I think they waited. Because they went to like 1 or 2 other places. At that point, she didn't even know that like I was even really working with dogs like this, and I told her that he's bad. She's like, well, I guess if you don't want him back, I understand, it won't be the first time. And I was like, no, like bring him back. She was like, are you sure? That's what I get a lot too, is people, like I try to explain to clients too that it's the type of dog I like to work on, so I want them to come back to me. Okay.
Paige, do you ever have somebody help distract you with the dogs?
Of course, and her name is Cheyenne.
How does she help?
How do you help?
Why don't you get up there and show her? No, that's okay.
So, I don't know, I'll be like, Cheyenne, make noises at this dog. Hold
Like
this
how you're
tree.
trying to get a picture of a dog.
Yeah.
Just stand there and
And just try to like, sometimes too, like Cheyenne will come up and just like do this on the dog's head while I'm like,
Just any kind of distraction.
yeah, and it works.
Does that work for every dog?
No. Zeke, no.
That's different.
Yeah.
Would you take different safety precautions if you were working by yourself?
Yeah. That's a problem too, like. I never think that you should work on aggressive dogs alone. I do it sometimes. It's not super frequent, but like, if I know Cheyenne is, because we have different schedules. We don't work the same hours, but if I know that there's like a really bad dog trying to schedule to get in, I'll be like, hey, are you gonna be in this day at this time? Just because anything could happen, a dog could turn on you at any minute. And then if it's like a big dog too, and it turns on you, like you're helpless, pinned up against the wall or laying on the floor. Like, so it's always nice to have someone around. There's a couple small dogs that I'll do by myself in the morning before someone else comes in, like Zoe, that I'll have up on the table at some point.
Do you find it more difficult with the bigger dogs or the smaller dogs?
I think smaller, because like, for example, like when I was doing his back nails, at least I'm able to like throw my leg up under him to kind of have like my back to him. Those small dogs yanking around, you're trying to hold their foot and feel like it's gonna snap. Yeah, and you're like, okay, calm down. No, I definitely think smaller dogs are kind of harder.
In a situation where you like are injured during the groom and can't proceed,
Mhm.
Do you still charge for the full price?
Yeah, and I tack more on.
Okay.
Like the last time he bit me in the head, like I started bleeding a little bit. This is so embarrassing. But he got me and I was just like, no, I'm done. I put on like an extra $20 or $30 fee at that point, and I sent him home. She was close within the area, so she was able to come get him, but like got me right on the back of the head, and it was so unexpected. It was before like he really started to be like super bad, so it really like threw me off. Like my vision went out for a hot second, so I was like, that hurt, what is going on? I was like, you're done. So yeah, in a situation like that, like if I definitely know that my safety is at risk, like, no, you're leaving, we're not doing it. No, sir. No, sir. That's not very nice.
Would you like help? Distraction?
Yeah,
You want to get his peanut butter?
I have his bag of stuff in the car.
Yeah, I can go get his peanut butter.
He's gonna turn around his food too. Are you good on time?
Yeah, so we're gonna get you wrapped up around 2:30.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna go grab his peanut butter.
I have another question, Paige.
Yes.
How important do you think it is to have a calm environment? Because a lot of us work in like
Yeah.
chaotic, loud salons. How would you schedule a dog?
So
Like
that's
that.
one thing, like Cheyenne works pretty early as well. When we were working at a different salon, people didn't want to come in as early, so if it's not like an aggressive dog and it's just more of a nervous one, I normally start at like 7:30, 8 AM. And I'm like, sucks to suck, that's what you have to choose from, so you can bring your dog in at that time. Because I'm the only one there, so then it's quiet, there's nothing else going on, and they don't have other dogs to like feed off of when it comes to energy and.
So they have less convenient options than the person with a well-trained dog, is what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, it's just kind of what we're able to do, or later in the day too. I normally take like my last dog at noon. So if I know it's really bad and I'm willing to stay over, I'll be like, hey, 1:30, 2 o'clock, because I know Cheyenne's dog's already like leaving the salon at that point. So morning or afternoon is when I try to get like the really nasty ones in.
Someone said this is amazing. Thank you guys.
Really?
Sobbing.
Stop crying. Can I try to get this? Kayla's getting your peanut butter. Yeah, sure, that is my phone. See, you could have looked. What is that? Is that your bag? Already good stuff, bud. Is that your bag? Okay, so there's no like, oh, there is, okay. I think it's all in his face right after I chest it with him. That's not a thing too, like, I don't mind using stuff like this, but then I have to like clean my face again because it's all stuck. Look at him.
What would you recommend for treats that, for something that isn't as messy? Because obviously you don't want to like be giving spoonfuls of peanut butter if you still have to like groom the face.
So like some dogs really like hot dogs or like chicken, like small pieces of chicken to cut up, depending on like how bitey they are. Cause like when I have E-Wolf stuff, do like a pepperoni stick or like a full hot dog. So there's like a couple of inches of length to like keep your fingers
So
away.
I don't lose my fingers.
But yeah, just like anything that they're gonna, you know, really like, or the one thing, here's Lydia, oh, there you are. What are those stinky like liver treats that were at your house?
Oh, they came in a
freeze-dried
bark
ones.
box thing, but
Yeah.
it's the freeze-dried liver stuff.
Oh,
And I
okay.
know this goes without saying, but before you guys give any high-value treats to any dog, make sure they don't have any underlying issues, because Cairo
Yeah, my dog,
has pancreatitis, and if you give him hot dogs, he will go into a pancreatitis episode again.
yeah.
So make sure you check with owners if their dogs had pancreatitis in the past, because you can always re-inflame their pancreas with something high
Yeah.
fat. That makes any
Yeah.
sense. Sorry.
Also, don't like
Just wanna
buy
throw that out
hot
there.
dogs for your salon.
Yeah, no,
Please
yeah.
buy dog food.
You want that?
He said, no, not really. I know
Is there
you have to
anything
do it."
else over here for you?
There was not much. There's some food in there.
This is what's gonna get you going. What if we stick one of these in here? It's just really like. You'll sniff the bag. It's good.
Someone said liver loaf is also great for most dogs because it's the least likely food group for them to be allergic to.
Okay, yeah. Most dogs are allergic to chicken and beef. So anything that's not chicken and beef is usually.
There you
go.
Good boy.
Salmon, kangaroo.
Alligator.
They have some weird
Rushing right now.
Your mom is doing a good job. Normally like we'll have some that tiny. Oh, good boy, yes. Wow, George. This is stressing. Good boy. I'm like, not okay.
You're good.
Keep forgetting, obviously.
I also like,
I'm sorry, what?
what would you say like your limit is? Like, do you have like a solid thing a dog does where you would say you would give it a break?
Yeah, so it's just really like vibes. Yes. And watching like body language, like with him sometimes, I can't hold his chin to do his face. And he'll try biting a lot. And I'm like, all right, well, off the table, you can hang out, walk around for like 15 minutes. If I were to happen to get bit, that's the time I call it. If they're going to the bathroom, super stressed, like, excessively panting or something as well, call it quits. When I went on the pup relief tour, which I don't know if you guys know anything about that, super fun, you guys should like look into it for next year. There's a dog there was really stressed out, and sometimes nosebleeds happen with dogs, just from like high sign of stress, the dog just started nosebleeding, we're like, nope, done, owner came and got it. So like little things like that too is just definitely like, just stop what you're doing, it's not worth it, even if the owner gets pissed off at you that you're not finishing a groom. The dog's safety is more important than that. That's a good boy.
What is some body language that you look for to keep yourself protected?
Pinned ears back, like the whale eyes, when you're seeing like the whites of their eyes and they're really like staring at you. Super tucked tail. When they're wagging their tail, a lot of people think like, oh, they're wagging their tail, they're happy. That's not always the case. Mainly if it's like, a nice little low set wag, they're angry. Trying to really like scoot away from me. And I know that there's like, which I know the one course is like fear-free. That's what it's called, right, Ollie? Fear-free grooming.
Yeah, fear-free certification.
Yeah, I know a lot of people do that. Like I, plan on looking into that just to have it at some point, but like a lot of stuff that. I
Also
just
creating
learned
great grooming dogs.
I love her.
Creating great grooming dogs is a podcast by Christina Marshall.
Okay.
She is an animal trainer, a behaviorist, and a groomer.
Just do a course through Groomhouse too.
Yeah, they have one on there. Is that,
That's
difficult?
Sarah Durian, yeah.
Is it just the difficult dogs on there? It was like $40. I think very reasonably priced. A lot of good information in there.
Also, the whole Pet Grooming Academy. Also, I think has some behavioral stuff.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Georgie, beautiful boy.
Are there any tips you have for deciding if the dog is more like fearful aggression or if it's more of like aggression, if that makes sense?
No, that does make sense, and it's kind of hard to explain, I guess, when you notice the difference, but like, if you're, I guess.
I'm sorry.
No, did someone ask that or are you asking?
No, I'm asking.
Okay, because I mean, there's been times where, we're at the salon or something, there's a dog on the table, not even touching it, and it just like turns and tries to bite me, like, I know that you're just being a jerk. It's not like I'm trying to dry you and you're scared and freaking out because there's a dryer in your face, or I'm picking your foot up and you don't like the clippers, and you're just sitting there and you're trying to moan. Like that one dude that walked in the lobby, not too long, there's a doodle that came in, owner knew it was aggressive, I walked out to greet it, it ran up and grabbed me by the shirt and just like tried ripping it. The situations like that, I'm like, you're not just being scared, like, you're definitely just being mean. Do you care if I use one of your curves?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Use whatever you want. I have extreme, and then regular. Regular is on the right. Yeah.
This one.
No, it's okay. I have a great sharpener.
Shout out to, that was only funny to Kayla.
Do you find fearfully reactive dogs are more avoidant at first?
I'm sorry.
Do you find fearfully reactive dogs are more avoidant at first?
Yes. Yeah, they definitely just kind of want to like,
We have a
not be
fearful
near
reactive
you.
one later.
or like look at you.
Yeah.
The other type of dogs, you know, I'm able to like walk them around, put them up on the table, like Zoe. If I have time at some point to get her on the table, she's not fearful at all, she's just mean. And she loves it, she lives for it. It's one of my best friend's dogs, so. Wow, this is literally the best he's ever been. Like, it's good, but at the same time, I'm just like, what the? So the owner for him too today, like, she does not want anything cut on him other than his feet and like in front of his eyes. Obviously, that stuff would like really bother me, but what mom wants, but she'll get it.
That was working pretty well. She doesn't mind double dipping.
I'm pretty sure that that's just his, because the last time he was in, I was like, I'm so sorry, I shoved the spoon back in and I wasn't thinking.
His own peanut butter. I imagine a peanut butter sandwich on the way.
Yeah.
I'm making it. I'm going, dude. Let me get you some water.
Yeah, like, if he just wants to sit down, then cool, he can sit down, I'm not gonna force him or anything.
This for you.
Paige,
Yes,
what kind of expectations do you leave the pet parents with when they give you a difficult dog, like in terms of quality of the haircut itself? Is it like a they take what they can get, or?
yes, yeah, I try to be like as transparent about that because, you know, like I want to be able to make the dog look like as good as possible, but sometimes it's not doable. And before I even get started, I let them know that. Sometimes they're like, well, you know, if it's easier to leave them longer, and I'm like, no, it's matted, like, we're going short, and it's going pretty short because he doesn't like this, so this is what's happening.
Do you, I've had a situation where I have a dog that's bad
Uh-huh.
for grooming, and his parents call like the day later and they're like, can you take his stay shorter? And I know that that's gonna be an issue. Like, will you accept that? Or do you wait and have them, and just be like, you're just gonna have to wait until his
So-
next appointment?
Honestly, depending on what my schedule looks like if I know that that dog was being really bad, and that is as good as I was gonna get the face, like, more than likely I'll tell them, like, next time we can try to go shorter, like, you need to, once again, get in touch with the trainer and like your vet or something to see what else we can do with it. If the dog isn't like super bad, but I feel like I could do it and it's like I'm slower at the end of the week. I'll ask them if they want to come back in. But sometimes like I just kind of told people like, it's not doable this time. Like, because I also tell them too, there's been times where people have gotten upset that like, I haven't taken a chin as short. I'm like, well, do you want a shorter chin or with your dog thrashing around, do you want me to risk like cutting something on them? And then when they kind of, I guess, have it in that perspective, they're like, oh no, that makes sense. I'm like, yeah, it's a live animal. We're using sharp objects around them. Like, you know, we have to work around them.
How many dogs do you find yourself usually doing per day?
A day, so it depends. Like if I'm doing bigger dogs, sometimes 3 because I'll overlap my appointments, not by too much. But then if they're smaller dogs, yeah, so if they're just bath dogs, like sometimes I do 3 dogs a day, sometimes I do 8. So it just really depends. If it's mainly haircut dogs though, I try not to take more than 5. But if they're bath dogs, those are like pretty simple and easy money, so I'll try to get a few of those extra. Is it that? Let's keep swooping. Oh, thank you. She might compete. Does she bite you?
No, she likes me.
She's so funny because at home too, they call her like princess because they just know that she like runs the house.
You have about 15 minutes, Paige.
All right. Can I get this one foot? Set your scissors down. I'm not talking. To be honest, but like I always try to like, you know, if I'm brushing or something, not even a sharp object, I'm always trying to keep my eyes on them. Zoe.
Peanut butter on my nails for you. Good one. Just give me the jar. Let's take a quick face.
I can't believe I have to do that. I knew that was gonna happen. Yeah, he should be fine now. I mean, I'll wipe his face off. See this? This is good. Too short.
Like the store. Yeah. It's, I'm gonna send you track.
Paige, you can tell if it's you, it's fine.
Sorry. Can I get this, please? Just don't slide too hard. I also just want to like throw out there that if there's enough, like if there's certain questions that you have like afterwards, you can always feel free to message me. And I will answer them for you as best as I can. I know sometimes something will happen, you're like, oh, I could have asked that. No. Is that pigeon?
That was
Zoe.
yeah.
I'm just kidding. That's not Zoe.
I think she is too.
I thought about bringing Cairo.
Crazy food.
Look, you did it. Should everyone give you a round of applause, Georgie?
Yay, Georgie!
Good job, buddy.
He's so proud of himself.
Make sure you act like this next time.
Yeah, seriously. He just needs an audience.
He does better under pressure.
Maybe that's what we do. We just have a webinar for every aggressive dog. you do.
Every 6 weeks, all right, you guys.
So I'm just combing her out right now, making sure there's no mat or tangles that I missed when I was drying and brushing. As you can see, she still has like a few waves in here. That's gonna be common with doodle coats. It doesn't have to be perfect. The owners aren't expecting it to be perfect. And no groom is ever perfect. I'm just gonna comb her out, flipping everything up. So her parents said I can do whatever today, which is always nice when they say that. I'm gonna be doing a 1/2 inch on her body and a little longer on her legs, which they aren't very long right now, so I'll probably just hand scissor them. And this is something I commonly do on my poodles because most of the owners, that's what they're looking for already, is that kind of modified lamb cut of shorter body, longer legs. Especially because most of the doodles that you're seeing in your salon aren't structurally correct. So they'll have those really scrawny legs or withers all the way up here. So we're just trying to do kind of a little bit of corrective grooming once we start with once I do my doodles. It really just helps them look better. I'm gonna finish pulling out her feet. She hates her feet getting done. We talked about this in the back. She said she was like, oh, she's a kitty. Sure, everything's combed out. You don't want to have to go back and worry about combing anything out after, so it's best that you just get that done right now. Get under her arms real quick and get this mat under her arm, and then I'll come on that side for you guys. Can you guys hear me fine?
They said yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm not used to like talking very loud, so. there's also that. I haven't done her feet pads or sanitary, so we're gonna go ahead and do that real quick. I'm gonna set mine to a 40 blade. I don't scoop into the pads when I'm doing it. I'm gonna turn her outwards so you guys can see. So I just skim over the pad and notice the direction that I'm going in. So I'm going across the pad here, turning my clippers out and going out. Just getting those hairs that fall on the outside. Same with this way, turning my clipper out, going this way, and then going over the top of the pads. I don't want to take too much of this hair because that's going to be used in our foot once we're trimming it. So I just kind of skim over it lightly. And some of that off. And like I said, I don't scoop, I just get what's hanging on the top. In Texas, a lot of our dogs are walking on concrete, and so it can get hot, and they need just that little bit of protection on their pads. This foot, you'll notice it's kind of short. It does not grow right. She tried everything to help it grow out, but it just is not growing. It's okay. You don't like these front feet. It's okay. Hey, where are you going? It's okay. It's okay. Okay. He's okay. I know. I know. Can I get this pad? Are you not gonna let me? Hey. There you go. It's okay. He's wrong. Don't be like that. It's okay. She said, I'm gonna be naughty. It's okay. You done? No. I might not. Is there anything I can do to help you? Yeah, might have you just hold. Just so I can shave without accidentally shaving more hair. A little wiggle. You know, like that for your front feet. She said, I don't know you, man. I don't know what you're trying to do to me. Yeah. Girl.
Someone asked what you do if there's like matted paw pads.
Matted paw pads, I will scoop out just because you want to get those mats out. But I usually will do it with a 30. If it's really bad, a 40. Just make sure that you're really careful in those areas because you can catch some webbing if you're not careful. Just like you would with clean feet, just shaving it just like that. I'm gonna get this other side real quick. There she went. Right. Is it just that front foot? Yeah, it's just that side. Something right there. Good girl. Good girl, yes you are. I'm gonna do her sanitary, thank you. And I'm gonna lift up that tail. Gonna go up and I have it set to a 10, going up, out on both sides. And then I'm gonna go down. Just big enough to where like a stamp could fit over almost. Not too much shaved off, just depending on the dog. If they're really messy back there or the parents don't clean back there often, I will go all the way down into the rest of the sanitary. But since she doesn't seem to be too messy back here, we will only do a little bit. Lifting up that leg so I can see underneath. Shaving to the inner thigh, about right in here. And then shaving up into the belly. Back here. Side and other side. And you can't, if you can't see, sometimes I do have smaller dogs, it's really hard to like see under them. You can lift up, make sure that your dog is in a comfortable position and not moving around when you're doing this. And then you can come and shave the tummy area or even the legs if you need to. Just come and scoop out. I tend to not go on the tuck up just because anything can happen. The dog can move suddenly or go to sit down and then you got to tuck up and then it's the whole thing. So I just kind of skim out of the legs and then do the belly. And then while I have my 10 blade on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and shave her armpits. I usually take doodle armpits pretty short because most owners aren't thinking about brushing those areas at all. And so the main goal is to make sure that the maintenance for the client is as little as possible while they still get a nice and cute haircut.
You typically use a camera on the hits.
Yes, just because it's the safest to use under there. You don't want to catch that little bat wing. Gonna fluff everything up again before I start on the body. And I'm gonna be doing a 1/2 inch on the body. I'm gonna start from right back about 3 fingers where her withers start. So her withers start here. I'm gonna come back and set my fingers down, and we're gonna start about right here, about 3 fingers behind.
What clippers are you using?
What clippers? The opal.
And what size blade underneath it?
This is a 30. And I'm just kind of skimming. I'm not pressing into the coat too much. I'm just skimming over it. And I do want to say one thing, because she doesn't have a tail. Typically for dogs with tails, I wouldn't come all the way back. What I would do is I would set the top line in here, and then stop about a few fingers above where the tail set starts to give me some hair to grow into the tail, so that it's a nice even transition from top line to tail, instead of just a blunt line. Fluff this out. Gonna take this all of the body. Another thing I'm gonna do is avoid the tuck up area. So I like to leave hair in the tuck up area because it helps you shorten your dog. Once you take that away, your dog becomes much longer. You'll see she has a lot more length now once we take that away. Start over here. Once I get to the tuck up, I kind of just skim off, going down and just dropping off. You want a nice little curtain of hair right there, which we'll trim later, but you don't want to take anything off with your clippers. I'm going to take this under here, but what I'm going to do when I get to the belly is I'm going to take it back around. Starting from about where we stopped with the sanitary, and I'm going to go in reverse. This also leaves a lot less work for the owners. A lot of people don't brush the tummy at all. It's just something that they tend to forget. They go for back, things that they can see, the head, stuff like that. This just creates a lot less maintenance for them at home. I'm gonna drop into her leg, almost like we're doing a schnauzer pattern, just to get some of that length off. And then just skim it off. Let me try and get it over. Then just dropping off when we get to the tuck up, not really digging in with my clippers. Take the bulk off and then take it back in reverse. And I kind of do like a swooping motion underneath. So I'll take the clippers here, and then you can kind of just swoop it in underneath. And I'm bringing this 1/2 inch reverse all the way up to the elbow. And I'm stopping at that elbow. Now we're going to take off some hair right here on the shoulder. So I go from the ear, the back of the ear right in here. And I drop down into the leg, just kind of skimming off and letting my clippers drop to the table. And fluffing up everything. I have my comb in my hand for 100% of the groom practically. I'm always picking it up, especially on the curly coats. Make sure everything is combed out and fluffed up. I love combs. I have so many combs, but I always grab for the extra fine Pet Store Direct comb, especially for curly coats. It really picks up the coat, really fluffs it out, and it's really good at catching gnats. So then I can go back and brush those out after. All right, so I'm gonna fluff this up. So I'm leaving what is called a crest on her. And what I'm gonna do with this is I'm going to take this hair left here and we're gonna build it up into the head that is left on her. With my clients' dogs, I don't typically leave a lot on the crest. And if I do, I make sure that clients know I'm leaving this hair. Make sure that you're brushing these areas. But it's typically not left any longer than what I did here. I just prefer to scissor it because it gives me more control about how much is left on there. Actually, I'm gonna take a little bit off right here. Then I'm just gonna drop down the side on this one. Probably guys, let's see. I'm just gonna keep turning her around. Again, the leg. Dropping down like you're doing this another corner. Kind of getting the bulk of hair off. Blending it into blending the body into the leg. This is another couch. With my clipper work, I try to get as much off as possible and try to have it looking as good as possible with my clipper work. Just because you don't want to spend too much time scissoring, but it's okay if you do. Make sure you're cleaning off your table so that you can see what you're doing. So now that we have our body set in, we're gonna do the back of the legs. I kind of, in a way, do like a modified modern or German. I do like to put in angulations on my dogs just because it gives them that cuter look. And it helps balance out their body too. So what I'm gonna do to set in her rear angulation is first I'm gonna find it by finding the bend in her knee. So she's got that bend right here. And that's gonna be our shortest point. I'm just gonna take that in there. Down. And then get the inside as well. Everything at the side, scoop down on the inside. And take that down at the shoulder. So I did leave a little bit of hair in here to kind of build her a nice little tail. And I found that first by putting that tail up, finding where her tail sits. So you'll feel right in here, her tail stops right here. And so that's where our tail is going to start. So her top line is pretty much even for the most part. That is okay. I'm trying to decide if I want to take hair off her legs. They're pretty sparse. I'm gonna hand scissor them. Typically what I do is whatever I do on the body, I'll do about 1 or 2 lengths longer on the legs. And that'll give me a nice overall even look on the dog. Instead of doing same length all over or shorter on the legs, which don't do that, don't do short on the legs, unless you have to. Right. So that's really it for clipper work, especially since her legs are pretty short already, shorter than I would like them to be. I'm gonna try to take. We're gonna do a 5/8. How are they with brushing? No, not often, okay.
No.
So yeah, we'll try to do a 5/8 on that. One thing that I do ask my clients, a lot of the time, especially new clients, is what are you expecting? What are you expecting to get out of this room? What do you want your dog to look like? And that'll help me determine the best haircut for them, as well as asking them how often they brush, how often they're expecting to come in. And things like, what does your dog do at home? Do they spend most of their time outside? Do they go to daycare? Do they swim? And that kind of helps you set a realistic expectation with them on what they can or what you can achieve for their dog. I'm just gonna take this into her legs all the way down. I'm just dropping down once I get to this area. And not taking anything from the tuck up either. Just taking from the outside of the leg right now. Another thing we can do is we can go ahead and take this back area right here. And you'll see her rear angulation starting to set in. You can see that dip in. And we'll bring that around later when we start to scissor. On the front of the leg, dropping down off the knee. I'm gonna come from behind, gonna have her look forward. I'm gonna make sure it's a nice parallel line going straight down. The leg kind of bows out a little bit. I'm gonna take this front part right here. And now looking at her from the side. You have a nice parallel line. Do the same thing on the front legs. And comb everything up. Inside. I'm gonna start right up here and drop straight down into the leg. I'm not digging in too much. I'm kind of just skimming over. And then do the same thing. Not really going into the leg yet. And what I'll do for a lot of my needles is take the back and I will set my clippers in and I'll take length off the back of the legs. A lot of my clients come in with this little divot in here matted. So I try to thin that area or make it shorter as best as possible while still creating like a column leg for them. Same thing on this back leg that we just did on the other one. I'm gonna create nice parallel lines. I have to come from this side. Beginning at the top and then dropping down. Go ahead and go over that back area in there. And go over the front, dropping down off the knee, just going straight down, dropping off the knee. And then the front legs. Starting from the side, and dropping straight down. And going into the front. Just barely scooping his hair out. And notice I'm not taking very much off. Her legs are pretty short and we want a nice column leg. So we want some hair to scissor there. And while I have this on, I like to leave the chest a little bit longer to give that kind of poodle look, give them that nice chest and not that flat look like on a terrier. So I'm gonna just go from, and then go down, and where her neck kind of drops in, that's where I'm gonna start the chest. So I'll take it from there, and I'll just kind of skim it all off. Not going into the legs and not going underneath, we'll scissor that later. But you can go around back to the shoulder. Why are you leaning? All right. And now this is where it's gonna get interesting. So I'm gonna take a 3/8. I did a 1/2 inch on the body. I'm gonna take this 3/8 and I'm gonna take it underneath her neck. So about right here and to where that drops in, or right before where it drops in, we're gonna take that 3/8 right there. This will create some length on her neck and give it a nice step back so that when we do her head, there's a nice difference in there. And I'm just skimming off where it drops off. Here. Lift up her head and get the rest of this right here too. So, there we go. Where are you going? There we go. Good girl. Kind of starting where the jawline starts. So right in here. You can also lift up the ear and that hair that we missed earlier. Come in there and same thing on the other side. Comb this up so I can make sure I know what's head hair. Just from where that ear starts down into the neck. Try not to take anything off the head or the face in here. See, it creates a nice straight neck on her.
So do you do corrective grooming on every dog that comes on your table? Or do people have to pay extra for something like that?
Pretty much every dog, just because I feel like every dog deserves to look good. But I do charge my work for it. And I make sure everybody knows, my clients know that this isn't just normal grooming. Your dog is gonna come out looking amazing, okay? Let's see. We are pretty much done with clipper work. Now we're gonna get into some scissoring. I try to have my clipper work, like I said, pretty much be done with, so that I can really focus on scissoring those areas that matter. Well, that might always sound awful. So I'm gonna comb everything down, then fluff everything up again. And I didn't do her nails today just because she was just kind of upset about it. And usually I do nails after the bath, but before the groom, just because once you do the groom and try to trim the feet without doing the nails, then you end up either taking the foot too long and then having to go back and scissor it, or you accidentally take it too short. So it's best to just have those nails done beforehand. The first thing we're gonna scissor is the top line, which is already pretty even. And not much to take off.
What shears are you using?
So I'm gonna be using the Groomer Supply House straights, and then the Groomer Supply House chunkers. The chunkers are great, they don't leave lines.
Which chunkers are they?
Oh,
They have a few.
the diamonds, of course. My favorite.
2016, the best
2016.
2016.
The best. They don't leave any lines, they're magical. I actually think they still have some on sale right now. They're usually 110.
No, they're more.
More than that, yeah, but they're on sale right now for 90 because they have the old logo on them. Get them while you can. Plus, you can get 10% off with code Groomery10, which I'll include that in the send out later. So I'm gonna make sure she doesn't have to be stacked because not most of our pet dogs don't stack. But I want her to be standing pretty much how she would stand normally. And then I want her looking straight when I'm doing this. Just gonna make sure everything is straight and even. And I'm just focusing on the top line right now. Don't forget to stand back and look at your dog. And now this is when I go into the tail. I don't know about y'all, but when I first started, the tail was something I always forgot, always. So after I do the top line, I typically go and do the tail so that it's done, you know it's done and it's over with. I'm not really sure how she holds it. How does she hold her tail? Does she hold it up?
No.
No, okay. So we're just gonna do a cute little, like little bunny tail, nice and fluffy. And then lift it up, comb everything out. And one thing I'm gonna do actually, a lot of dogs wag their tail. And when they do, it ends up creating friction in these areas here. It will create friction here and here. And what that does is that can cause matting. So what you can do to solve that, is you can take your tin, lift up that tail, and shave out those areas right there. Then you have a nice area. It won't get too wet. One brush. I'm gonna go into the top line, even with the rest of it. Trim all the way out one side. Comb everything to one side. And just kind of shape it. One side. Pull everything down. Make a nice little round ball on the end. Oh, your tail is so cute. I love short tails. A lot of my doodles, I leave their tails natural just because most of the time they're pretty cute. Unless they're really bulky, then I'll take some length off and sometimes even thin it out. Get everything hanging down. all set. And you'll notice when she sticks it up, it's nice and even with the top line. All right, now let's get into scissoring these legs. So I'm gonna comb everything down, and when I do my legs, I start with the feet. The foot will give you a guide for how long your legs will be. Comb everything down, and I start at the back of the foot, combing it all down. Using my curves, setting it right above that pad, and turning all that off. I'm just going straight up. Now you see it kind of lifts her foot off the ground so that you have a nice line to follow into the side of the foot. Setting my shoe at about a 45-degree angle, coming from that line we started, and coming around. Hold on to the other side. And make sure you can always see what you're doing when you're scissoring, because if you can't, that's how you end up with holes or taking too much off. Then setting that 45-degree angle and coming around to meet that line I made in the front. Gonna pick up her foot, make sure there's nothing I missed underneath. All right, now that we have the foot set, we're gonna fluff everything up. Anything that falls outside of that line we just created. She's kind of missing some hair in here on her foot, so I'm just gonna act like it's there. Just gonna take this across here. Just barely taking anything off since she doesn't have too much length right there. And then combing it back down and then trimming anything that falls outside that line that we set. Now we have that foot set. We're going to comb everything up on the leg. And this way. So I like to start with the back of the leg first. What I'll do, I'll turn it out. What? All right, starting from up here, we're just gonna scissor that down into the line that we created earlier. And again, where the bend is, that's gonna be your shortest point. Okay, yeah. Okay, this way. I know you don't want it. I know. All right. I'm gonna lift up her leg, comb everything up. I'm gonna take my scissor, my shears going this way, and I'm gonna scissor down. Right into that line we created on the foot. Go back again. And you go in this way, and it hangs out. Here, it's a lot of fluffing everything up and checking your work. And going down from the inside of the leg, making sure I got everything that is hanging outside that line that we created on the foot. Oh, no, not yet. Can't sit down yet. All right. Get the back of her butt right here. When I do leave hair here, I typically like let it act as a curtain. So I'll make sure I'm not gonna cut anything there. Put my hand there to protect. And I'll just go straight across into the leg. Let's take that off. Sorry, just cleaning up the rest of that. And everything down. Checking my work from out here. He's okay. Now we're gonna do the front of the leg. Combing everything up. I'm gonna set my curves in here by the tuck up. And we already set that line to follow for this outside leg on the inside, but just a few hairs in there. You can just put your finger in there and kind of bring that hair out for you. Carefully scissor it off. While we're here, we're gonna go ahead and set in the tuck up so I can put everything down. Our tuck up pretty much starts up here. So there's quite a bit of curtain of hair here. Yeah, I'm just gonna take that all to the point where we shaved at the shortest, all the way up into there. Put that leg up so I can see in here. Got some bigger nipples and make sure we don't go off. All right, now that we have the tuck up length set, just gonna go over it real quick. Trim some of that hair off. So it's nice and even with the length on the body. All right, now we're gonna do the outside of the leg, outside top portion. I like to do my legs in kind of like different quadrants. So I'll start from the back, or start from the foot, and that helps me set my line for the rest of my leg. Then go from the outside or the inside of the leg, and then working my way around. Even this out, bringing it to that front leg that we just trimmed. Step back, look at her from the side, make sure we have a nice parallel line. All this stuff. Same thing. You can take your shears, go straight down. We're just doing the outside, we haven't done the front and bottom half of it. Going all the way down into that foot we created. Got a little bit of hair missing in here. It's kind of thin. So I'm just again gonna act like it's there. Now I'm gonna do the front portion. Pick her leg up, comb everything out towards me. Starting from the knee and just meeting that line that we created on the inside to the foot. And then you can turn your curves around and meet that line to the outside of the leg. And now back of the foot. Just gonna take this. When I'm trimming the back hop, I make sure to trim straight up and down. So you want it to be a nice straight line going down to the ground. I use my curves for everything, so I'm gonna be using for this. You can use straights or curves. And just meeting that line that we created on the foot again. And anything that falls outside of that, we're just going to take it off. And she's kind of leaning, so I'm accounting for that when I am trimming. There still has a lot of bulk in here. Just going to meet that to that line that we created on the inside of the leg and into the foot. Sorry, I don't have to. All right. Just a little bit off of there, blending it into our pot. We got a little bit of bulk in here. I'll take that off. All right, now we have one leg set and done. Actually have a little bit of hair right here on the haunch. I'm just gonna lightly sweep my blade, my shears across it. Oh, you're okay. I'm gonna turn the other way and do the same thing. Get some of that bulk off there. Now we have a nice parallel back leg. I'm gonna turn her so you guys can see. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, yeah. Now you have a nice parallel line. All right, now we're gonna do the front leg. So let me do front leg. No. She's like, no. We've already gone over this. I'm gonna go ahead and get her tummy a little bit more. So I did the tuck up. I'm just gonna take what I did from the tuck up and blend it into the rest that I shaved earlier pretty short. Just taking that and I'm stopping at that knee, the elbow. Lift up that leg. Lift everything down. And go back and meet that one that we created with the Santa, when we did the Santa hair earlier. I'm actually probably gonna save her front legs for last since she's not too fond of it. So we're gonna set in the shoulder right here. You notice it's a little bit longer and it's not quite blending. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pluck all this up. Where you going? Where you going? Pluck all this up. Right into that thing. Not going into the chest yet, just doing the legs. Work the shoulder. Some of the hair on this one here. Now we're going to come to the chest. Fluffing everything up. We just did that shoulder here. And fluff everything up. Bring everything, blend everything into the shoulder. Barely taking anything off. Since we already took it off with that guard comb earlier. Can turn my curves this way, and we're going to go across, setting and put it in the leg. Hang up again. And come in. It's okay. Come into the rest of the chest. Last year's just the curve barely to where the leg starts, because you want a nice straight line when you're creating the legs, and so that'll help you create a starting point. Blending this into the chest that we're creating. Can you turn this in? All right. So you notice now how once I scissored this area right here, it set her legs back so they look like they're sitting underneath her. Whereas here, you know, it's just kind of flush with the rest of her. You want those legs to sit back and underneath them. Oh, it's okay. Are you gonna let me do it for a minute? I'm gonna comb everything down so I can turn this chest real quick. Okay. I'm gonna turn my shears this way. I'm just gonna trim across. Flip everything up, turn my shears out. And go back into that line I just created. Like that. Comb everything down over here and meet it to that line that we just created. Okay. Standing crooked, so it's kind of hard to set in her chest. Pull everything down. All of that underneath. And get what I didn't get while I was shaving her underarm. You can comb it down. And it'll kind of stick out for you. Pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Like I said, I'm probably gonna do her legs last, so we'll do the other side of her back leg, or we'll do her other side, do her back leg and her toe up on the side, and then I'll go to her front leg last since she is not too fond. Comb all of this out. Comb it down. Okay. This is the comb. Comb all of it down. Stand up. Are you giving up? Narrow it down. And set my foot. She doesn't have much hair here already, so I'm just barely gonna take anything off right here. See, we have a nice line to follow for our foot. And that around to the front. Then going from this side where I can see everything down, coming in at my 45-degree angle, bringing it around to the front, just like where we had stopped. And I'll pick that foot up. Okay. And what? Are you done? I'm gonna let her sit down. I don't usually let them sit down while I'm doing their foot, but since she's kind of over it, I'll just work around her. Just trimming anything that falls outside that line that we created. Use that just for a second.
Okay. Okay, okay. We'll cover everything up, just a little hair. Okay. And cover everything up. So you'll notice that her foot is really short right here. There's not much hair that grows here, so we're just gonna act like a hair's there again. Okay. And straight across, meeting that line that we created actually. Same thing on this side. All right, fluffing everything out. Start from the shortest point where we shade the sands here. And we're just gonna go straight down into that line that we created in the foot. Another pass down. Anything that you missed? Now we're going to the back of the leg. Again, shortest point is where that bend is. I can set my shoes here. Turn straight to that line that we created on the inside of the leg. Everything up on the outside. You really want to bring that line that you created here, that curve, you want to bring it out into the rest of the leg. Right? I'm just going to take it from where I started. Come out into the rest of the leg. And your shears this way. And you can do the same thing. Pulling everything up to the front of the leg and the tuck up. Put everything down there. Set that tuck up in from the shortest point and into that back leg. I don't know about y'all, but creating a routine, I'm not very good at creating a routine for learning ADHD. And so like, once I get into a routine, I'm like, okay, this is boring now. Let me do something else. I can kind of be all over it, but for the most part, it's pretty much the same thing. All that up. Moving it out with the rest of the body. Into that back leg, which will continue scissoring. Just a moment. Okay, she's got a cowlick here. I'm just barely gonna take this off. Right, now I'm going to comb everything up from the front of the leg. Start from where the tuck up was and go down into the knee. Kind of the best thing to do. And then taking that all down to where we stopped. And then everything up again. Going down to the knee, carving, and then starting at the knee and then trimming again. You can come from this angle, kind of comb everything up and see anything that you missed on the inside of that leg. Needed to the rest of that. You're okay. Where's this one? All right, comb everything up again. Now we're gonna do the outside of the leg. So we kind of have a length set already. And again, we want it to be a nice parallel line. Or look straight. And you consider that into the line that you created in the front and the back. Down into the foot. We can do it. And notice I'm not really going into the front. Since I can't see it, I don't want to trim off anything that doesn't need to be trimmed off. If I need to trim right there, you can come right around to the front, trim everything up, and then trim what you need to. Cover everything down just to make sure it all falls into place. Right now, the back of the foot. No, you're okay. Coming everything up. And we're going to trim it into that line that we created down into the foot. And we want this to be a nice straight line from the hop down to the table. I'm just taking my scissors, starting at the hop and dropping down. And bring this around into the rest of the foot. And then take off those edges that I missed. So we got some focus. And flip that up. Turn straight down to the ground. No. I want to see what's happening. Just cleaning up that foot, making sure nothing is falling outside those lines that we created. Now we have two very cute, nice little parallel lines. Has a little hair right in here. Just gonna put that into the rest of it. A little too long in here, I'm gonna take it a little bit shorter. Alrighty. That is how you do your back legs. Alrighty. Oh, what? What's it? And now we're gonna go back under here, do our underlines. That line that we created earlier on the same. If that's body or leg hair. Take my shears out at an angle. Trim that off because it's all body hair. Set her leg down. All right, now for the legs, if you'll let me. Is that a protest already? All right, so same thing that we did for the back feet, we're gonna do on the front feet, starting from the back. Gonna comb everything out first. You're okay. You don't like that though, so we'll start on that one first. Then we're gonna right above that path. And then trim everything that falls over off. And that'll create a line for us to follow around the side and the front of the foot. So combing everything down. If they won't put their foot down like that, what I do is I'll lift up the other leg. Sometimes they still find a way around it. Comb everything down. And since I'm lifting this leg up, she's leaning more than most dogs would. But you're just gonna wanna account for that leaning that she's doing. Again, setting your shears on 45 degrees. And everything down. Foot. So I can't see. Stopping where I can't see, and then coming around the other side. And everything down. And then from the back. Following that line that we created. And from there, you can lift up your foot and see anything that falls outside that line. All right. So there's still some hair right here in the front. I'm gonna turn her back around so I can see that side. This leg, pull everything back down. Still start from the back and then I lift my way back around to get that hair. At a time. I'm sorry, what? 3:45. Now we're gonna do the inside of the leg. And for this, I lift the leg up, comb everything up, and you'll see that we already have a line that we're gonna be following. So we're gonna go down into that foot that we created. And so we're down all the way into that line that we created. Everything up again. Second pass. Down into that. Same thing on this side. She'll let me. Warming everything up. This might be a little harder to do. See if I can. And what I'll do is. So we want a nice straight line, so I'm gonna come from where we stopped at the shoulder. And I'm just gonna bring this straight down into that line that we created on the foot. Pulling everything up again. We're gonna come to the back and do the same thing that we did on the sides. Can you guys see on camera? Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna go straight down into that line that we created on the foot. Moving that line down here on the foot. Open everything up again. Moving down to that line we created. And open everything up. Doing it straight. All right. Let's see, I can't see if it comes. And you'll still notice she has this hair on the inside of the leg. And fluff all that up, come from the back. And just go straight into that foot. And this side. And same thing. Just trimming anything that falls outside that arm. Still has a little bit on her elbow. So go there. Now we're going to do the front of the leg. For the front, I usually pick it up. I don't know if she'll do it. Lifting that up. Pulling everything up. And we've already set in the length that we want on both sides. And so we're just going to bring that around from the front. Too much off since she are already pretty short. I'm just meeting those in those lines that we created on the inside. Girl. I'm gonna stand her up. And I didn't set in this side of the leg. Hopefully I can kind of show you a little bit better how to do that from this side. This little hair on the inside is still a bit too long. Okay. I'm going to take my curves and I'm going to set them right at this little bend in here. I'm not going to go into it very much, just barely going to take any off. I just want, like I did on this side, her legs to sit underneath her. So we're taking your curves, just kind of going across like this, and little sweeping motion. And blend it into the rest of the leg. And it will start to give her legs length and set them underneath her. And now I can go finish off this chest here. Just gonna take from that line that I created and go straight back into it. Line everything up. Start at her chest and work her way and wrap around to that shoulder. So a little hand here, and I can take off. Okay. Got a little hair bulging out here. Just gonna barely take some of that off. Still kind of uneven over here. Comb everything back up. And bring it into the rest of the body. Gonna turn her to the side, make sure everything is good. Take a step back. She's got some hair still in her tuck up. Take that out. And you're all done. Some hair in her arms in here. Just evening this out on the side of her body. We got one side done. Maybe she let me do the other side. Let me get this, just a little bit of hair right here. Oh, I know. All right, now we're gonna do the other foot. Okay, combing everything down. And turning right above that pad. And you see we got a nice line to on the foot. Let me 45-degree angle all the way to that front until I can't see. And then come around to the other side. And everything down. And my shear to the 45-degree angle and coming around to the front. Lift that foot up, comb it all down again, and get anything that falls outside of that line. I'll usually get the top of the foot. I'll probably go back and get it if she lets me. When I get the top of the foot, I usually like to do it on the ground. I'm scared that if, oh, maybe she'll let me do it. So I come everything up. And all of this that falls outside, we're just gonna bring it into the rest of it. Oh. When I'm looking at her from the front, I can kind of see that some of his hair is hanging out. Trim that off.
we're gonna start on the leg. We've already created the line that we need to know how long we need our leg on this foot. And we're just gonna pull everything up and follow that back down into the foot. And down into that foot. Then we're going to the inside of the leg. Pull everything up. Since her legs are pretty spread apart, now we're gonna pick up that leg because I can see pretty well in here. And I'm gonna go from that short area where I shave on the inside of the leg and go straight down. Now I'm gonna come from this side, pick up this leg, come everything up, and do the same thing. Count everything. Make sure you guys come from there. Is that a good angle to see this backside? You guys see from there? Okay. Lifting up that leg and going straight down into that foot. Checking my work, lifting up the leg, and everything up. Getting anything that falls outside. I'm gonna come from this side and do the outside of the leg again. Going from the shoulder here. And everything. Like that. Thank you. Moving everything up and out. You want me to do this side, please? Starting from back here at the elbow. And just taking anything that falls outside that line on the foot that we created. Step back and check your work. See that you've got some hair still in here, and I'll plug it all up. Hopefully she lets me do this. Sometimes I'll lift up my dog so that I can see from behind. Try to look straight. And the inside of his leg. That's any questions.
How long do you typically spend on like the actual haircut part of the groom?
Typically about an hour to an hour and a half. Bath is about 30 minutes for most dogs. I can get it done in 30, 45 minutes, small or large. The haircut is definitely what takes the longest. I'm a perfectionist. My clients know it, and they know I'm gonna charge my word for it. So that's really important when you're doing doodles to make sure, like, if you are doing something like a scissor or doing longer legs like this, where you're gonna scissor the legs, make sure that your clients know that you're doing it and that they're gonna be charged accordingly for it. Not every doodle in my salon is able to get this cut. You're okay. All right. So the front and the back and the sides, I mean, the back and the sides are set in. So now we're gonna do the front leg, trying to figure out the best angle to this side. No. Pull everything up. I'm just trimming. Make those lines that we made on the side.
I'm not going into the foot if you'll notice, staying right above it, just doing the legs right now. Gonna set it down, check your work. There's a little more hair coming out here. Take that off. Hold everything up. See, she has a little more hair here than she does on this side. Comb that all up, set our curves in there. Why do you keep trying to look away from me? Do you know what? And just go into that line that we created on the front of the leg. We got some hair. And her legs apart just a little bit. Yeah. All right, now we'll do the front of the foot. Comb all that up. I'm actually gonna take my curves. And I'm just gonna lightly sweep across the top of the foot. And everything down and checking my work. I will just hold in there. I'm gonna go down and take that off. Girl. I'm sorry. I got a nice body. She still got some hair in her underarm there. You see when she kind of brings her leg out. And if you come around here, lift them this way, you can see it from here. Take that into the rest of the body. And there you have nice common legs sitting underneath her. You can show people. And now we're gonna do the head, which is gonna be the hard part. Not gonna be in front of the camera while I'm doing that. So typically with my doodles, a lot of doodles drool, and by the time we get to their head after drying, all of this is wet. So what I'll do, since she doesn't allow me to dry it, is I'm gonna take a towel and I'm gonna just towel dry this as best as possible. Making sure all of this hair is nice and dry. I'm gonna comb everything out and up. Okay. Are you gonna do a little hook toe? Okay. Combing everything down on the lips. Okay. Everything out and up on the muzzle. And typically I do my lips first. I like those to be nice and clean. So I'll get a C hold on the muzzle. I'll take my curves and go straight across. I'll take your comb, bring anything down. Just trim all of that. And turning everything straight across. Sometimes if they are acting up for this and they prefer it, I will shave it. I don't want to just give it how much she's moving. I have a little more control with my shears. of everything out and up again. And go ahead and comb out her full head. No. Now her chin is already pretty short, which I love to do on doodles. I love a short chin, especially if they drool a lot. It just stays a lot cleaner. Anybody have a scrunchie?
My hair scrunchies up there.
Yes, I'm gonna borrow this real quick. This is what I do with a lot of my doodles. I will take their ears and you want this to be open. You want to be able to see the inside of the ear. And you can take them and you can tie back that extra hair. So, and it's not really on the ears. Where it is on the ears, it's not tight, and we're not going to keep it there for long either, but it helps me to see what I have to work with on the face. Lift everything up. You got some really tight curls under here, which were really hard to get out with the dryer. But that is okay. It's a doodle coat. It's not the most serious that it's completely straight. Now, if you're gonna shampoo, definitely make sure you get it straight. So she does have a little more hair on this side than she does on this side. So I'm gonna go ahead and just take this side shorter. So I'm gonna start from underneath here at her jawline and go back to that ear. Let's see. Straight back to the bottom of that ear. And you see now we have this hair that's hanging down here. This is all neck hair, and that's gonna go in just a minute. Same thing on this side. Okay. I mean, up to that. Okay. Fold everything up then. We're basically just creating a jawline follow. Oh, see that? Side of the ear. Anything on the side? I'm gonna go ahead and just take this photo away. Now I'm gonna comb everything down on the chin and back. And you'll see everything that falls beneath that jawline we just created is gonna go. Curve it into that jawline and just. Again, fluffing everything up. Still got quite a bit of fluff on this side. Starting at that jawline I created, I'm gonna go up. And then to that. Right before her ear. I'm gonna stop right before I get to the top of that ear. those ears up. Put this one back. She's still got a lot of bulk on the side of her head here. Hey, hey, hey. This is going up. Up into the side of the head and stopping right before I get to the top of that ear. And on this side. Got this bulk of hair right here, going from my jawline up. Top of that ear. Hey, hey, hey. All right, now we're gonna do the visor. I'm gonna comb everything forward. And then kind of fluff it out. So I come forward and then I fluff this all out. You like the eyelashes, right? Lydia? Lydia?
Yes, honey.
You like the eyelashes?
Yes, they like the eyelashes. If you do need to trim them at all though,
Well, she's moving around a lot, so
that is okay,
it might happen.
because they're a little long, a little out of
What you
control
can
right
do
now.
is you can bring all the hair out of the way and you can take those eyelashes and hold them down with your thumb. If you're ever like really worried about trimming them, I'm gonna go ahead and keep them since they said I could do whatever, and this is the least I could do is try to keep eyelashes for them. And you're just kind of holding them down under there so that you're not gonna trim anything or trim any of them. Still got a little up there. Comb everything forward. And what we want to do when we're trimming the eyes is we want to expose that side of the eye. It'll open up her facial expression. So I'm going from here and bring it to the corner of the eye. Come out this way. Let her open her eyes. Plug everything up. Great eyelashes. No. Alright, same thing on this side. And get those eyelashes. Hold them down with my thumb. Move everything forward and trim the outside corner of the eye. And when you look at the dog from the side, you want to be able to see that eye. So as you see, she's still got a little bit of hair in there that can come off. Just make it like hers. Get that hair in there. And fluff everything back up. Just this little hair that's hanging over her eyelashes. I know I don't need that. And then up to the corner of his eye. Just a little more hair here, so I can take a little more and expose it, comb everything forward. Come into the corner of that eye. Now we have a nice exposed eye on the side. You can see straight. Minus her eyelashes kind of blocking the way. All right, now we're gonna comb everything up. And we're gonna meet those lines that we just created on the side of the eye. So I'm just gonna go from the front of the visor, and go around to those lines that we created. Same thing over here. On the front of the visor, that line that we created. I'm actually gonna get my blade, the 9 blade, and we're gonna shave this little stuff that she has right here. She'll let me. Just gonna come in here. No. All right, since you won't let me, we'll get some thin shears. I'm actually gonna get, this is, the Underdog by Gavin Freeman. They're like a mixture of the thinners and the chunkers. They're amazing. They are amazing. So we're gonna take that in here. And count everything up and out. We're gonna set that right in here in that corner. And just get all that hair off. Same thing on this side. Set everything in that corner. Hey. Can you turn this way so they can see? Everything that's in front of that eye. So typically what I would do is I would take my 9 blade and just shave just this little stop right here, just this area right here. And it creates a nice line for you. I wish she would let me, but since she won't, I'm just gonna take my blade here. Clean up in here just a little bit. We don't want it to be a big area that's short. We just want about a finger's width. And that helps kind of open up her eyes also. Everything up. What's the matter? Take everything up and comb everything out. Okay. When we scissor the face, or at least the lips, we want to go up in this position, no matter which way you're coming from. So what you'll do, get that ear back there, is you'll come up from that line that we created underneath the chin. And trim up. Jess Rona, she calls this the smile position, and that's like the perfect way to describe how to hold your shears. So you want them up and at an angle like you're creating a smiley face. No. No. Just coming from the line that we created underneath the chin. And I may take a break with her. She seems kind of antsy. Going up in the smile position. And the same thing you do on one side, you want to do on the other. So if I'm going up in that smile position, I want to do the same thing on this other side. Here. Up in the smile position. What I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna take a break with her. I'm gonna go potty and walk around since she's not too happy about this right now. And then we'll let Paige go and then see how she does after that. Hopefully we can finish that. And we'll finish that up in a minute. All right.
We're ready. So, this is Zoe. And I guess, once again, if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. I'm just gonna, I guess, work straight through on her. That way you guys can just, I guess, kind of see how I do things.
Do you need to take any of the shears out for you?
I just need like a curve and
Short?
yeah, and like chunkers and thinners.
You want them table?
Yeah. And then,
Do you, what kind of thinners? Do you want like more rosy thinners? Do you want? I'll put them both up there for you.
more like finishing after. So you got to go through, okay? So she's got a little mat under her armpit. Get that real quick. Hopefully it'll be a good one.
Can you, are you gonna do the mat on this side too? You're gonna shave it on the side so that they can see?
The mat.
Or just shave so that they can see from the side? Like come to this side of the table, yeah. It's kind of difficult, but you got it. I'm with you.
If there were a mat in this one.
Oh.
I would go like this. Pull it out a little bit. Other than that, she doesn't really have one. So I'm gonna do your standing real quick since we're on a 10 already. And you hate your feet being done. Also, I don't know if you guys can hear me okay. On the live. With Zoe, because she doesn't really like grooming very much, I do try to, like her sanitary and belly area, I try to clean out pretty well. Or she'll get matted up, and trying to remove any sort of matting on her does get kind of difficult. Not too much, but obviously just a little bit. All right, background, we're gonna start on your feet. Girl. Statue. I do have just one of these e-collar Elizabethan collars up here because like I said, I try not to use muzzles if I don't have to. Also with dogs that can have like breathing problems and stuff, I would just rather use something like that. She's not even drugged.
Yeah, her eyes are good.
Are you enjoying this now?
What happened to me having the nice ones and you the naughty ones?
Yeah, seriously. Maybe, like, I'm surprised. She normally. Is it the new environment? Okay, this is a horrible example. Her main triggers are usually like her feet and brushing. Once I pull a brush out, I wanted to brush her on camera, but I knew that we were cutting it short on time, so that's why I took her in the back earlier.
Can we get a little tidbit of how you would handle brushing a dog that's aggressive with brushing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You're being such a jerk, Jerome.
There we go.
There we go. Oh, so angry, so angry. Now, because of that. Now, if you have to use the e-collar because she's getting nippy and stuff like that, and then starts to spin like that, and you have to use the groomer helper, will those kind of like?
No, so what I normally do is, I I always try to put the e-collar on in front of the groom loop and not like super tight, but just where she's not gonna be able to slip it off.
Okay.
I've never used these ones before either, so they're Velcro, don't know how it's gonna hold up. See, there we go, beautiful, yeah, no, you're all right, you're all right. That's a good girl, I know, let's lower this, wait, I guess yeah. I get someone over here to just tighten this. Actually, I can drop a little more then, I'm sorry. Yep, that's fine. You. Yeah, all right about that. I know. You hate me. Good girl. So she's one of the dogs that I do work on that it's never like fear-based. She just wants to be mean. I know. It's just so difficult. It's so difficult. That's another thing, like, just to try to like keep them calm too. I just try to talk to them literally the whole time. I've had instances where I didn't realize a customer walked in and I've just been having a conversation with the dog on the table for like a solid 5 minutes. It works. They probably think I've lost my marble set. Good girl. I saw that. See? Oh, you are A-okay.
Have you ever tried a hammock or anything like that for a dog like her?
So the only dog that I have tried using a hammock on is Miso. And he's got too short of legs anyway, so it doesn't really work.
He's the dog I originally bought the hammock for.
See, let me just take a break, calm down. That's another thing too, like, I just try to get them to get back into like a comfortable phase, but I also want to try to get her done like pretty quickly but safely. Just because I know it does stress her out a little bit, so I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on her. It's okay, sweet girl.
So when a dog is acting out like kind of like that, when do you decide whether you Dremel or don't Dremel?
If they're pulling too much and like how she's flailing, I wouldn't. I probably wouldn't even try at that point.
Okay.
Just because I don't want to stress her out too much. And then on her, I just do like a super simple. And it's not even catching on anything, it's just, yes, it's just very vocal. You are okay. Yeah. Good girl, Zoe. Have you guys ever heard of or used the Trape Savers? Okay, because I really like those too. Like I was thinking about that earlier. You can also hook a groomer's helper up to them, like in the front, so it's not super tight around the neck, but still have something restraining them a little bit.
Have you ever used the Trape Saver on the back legs?
Yes. which I actually like using it more for stuff like that, unless like I have a super like rapey dog that I know I shouldn't be risking putting anything around the neck. I'll definitely use it there, but I like using it for bag legs. Yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna put the tables over here. It's on the table.
Someone said, yes, the trig saver is great in a tub.
No, I haven't tried it in the tub.
Why not?
Good question.
What am I trying to think
Well,
of?
see, I have
The old ones.
both of them, but I do have the old version that was made out of fabric. So they just started, not too long ago, making it with like plastic coating on it. Your belly rumbling, Zoe. Yeah, just stay calm with them and move with them. You're all right. You're okay. I know. Can I let this? Good job. Oh, you're doing great. You're doing great. It's a good girl. It's a good girl. Also, because of matting on her, usually I do try to take everything, not super short, but it doesn't need to be long. I try to take it down. I guess that just kind of like goes back to what I was saying earlier, like what owners expect to get. Like normally I would leave things a little longer, but because I know that she hates grooming so much, we just want it to be easier on her. See, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. We'll take a break with that. We'll go around your little testes real quick. Yeah. No. I know. Your belly is making some weird noises.
For dogs like this, do you require them to be on a regular schedule?
Yes. So like, because it's one of my best friend's dogs, I let them kind of slack on it and go a little longer. But someone like her, I would want like every 5 to 6 at the most, just so they're in more frequently. So not much has to, be done. I know. Zoe just likes to flip and grin. That's a good idea. It's just so hard. Yeah. I know.
have lots of patience.
That's what I think is so funny, because like, I don't know. I don't feel like I do though, but maybe. I just like to hang out with them and keep trying.
Grooming aggressive dogs definitely isn't for everybody.
No,
And you do a wonderful job.
thank you. Yeah, I should have used Kayla's little tiny brush.
There's, you can grab it.
I don't have that. Oh, this one will actually be. I don't have this. Yeah. Try to wiggle our fingers between your toes and piss you off even more. Sorry. That's what I also think is like really funny, because when people find out that I'm a dog groomer, they're like, wow, that just must be so fun. And I'm like, until you realize the ones that I work with, so much fun.
It is fun, in some way.
Yeah. Playing with the pups, right? Okay, before we go to your chest, we'll pull this side of the face I'm showing. See, you're doing so good. That's a good girl. If I get too much like in camera view, just tell me.
Do you handle a dog differently to calm down based on its reactivity due to hyperness and high energy versus one that is fear reactive?
No, I try to just like not show anything towards it. Like earlier when she was getting all worked up, I just try to kind of sit there and just be patient, count in my head, and not like, I guess, show too much, just so they kind of stop trying to work off of it. But sometimes I've noticed too, if I try to like baby talk them too much, it kind of still like amps them up. Like, oh yeah. Good girl. Good girl. Let's trim this up real quick. Oh, you are okay. We're so close to. It's your toes. It's your toes, girl. You gotta be a good girl. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 see? I'm just gonna calm down. Calm down. Yeah. Like if she doesn't calm down in a few minutes, is probably when I would more likely call it quits. Or even just like, depending on the owner's like time frame too, and what my schedule is like that day. Like she's not super stressed out, but I don't want her to get worked up anymore. Maybe I would put her in the kennel, let her hang out for a little bit, but usually I would just probably send them home. Okay. I know. You just angry. You just an angry girl.
Staring right at you. I feel like she's staring into my soul.
You just an angry girl. Just a baby girl. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. It's like a nice split. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Can we get your back foot? Here. Let's not choke yourself. Here you go. Good girl. Good girl. It's here, her stomach. Yeah. Good girl. Good girl. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. See, we're so close. Is it something? No. 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 Good girl. Good. Look, it's off. It's off. So you can feel better. Here's what we're working back here. Like sometimes it's so hit or miss that something as simple as that can still set them off and make it an issue. The smallest map back here. The pizza people next door. Try to get this. You're gonna lay your feet down. Yeah.
Do you only use Groomers Helpers or are there other brands that you like?
So I only have a Groomer's Helper. The little thing that you have, I like too, but they don't make that anymore, do they? Or is it not sold there?
Hold on.
We'll get back on that. Cheyenne's gonna look it up because she's got one of those. It's like a little like bungee cord wrapper.
It's like,
Is it
like paracord.
Loop make that?
Who?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Groom Loop makes them, Nancy, at Groom Loop, she makes those.
Okay, okay.
On Etsy.
We'll include it in the list of tools and products used today.
And so the thing on that table isn't a Rumors Helper technically either. It's another off-brand. Okay, I'm like trying to like stay open so everyone can see. We come around this way along, without you lighting me up. No, it's so difficult. You need to comb your front leg. There's a little spot under here too. We start out with that side. Good girl. I know. It's okay. I know. Want you to look back. You got it. You got it. Oh my goodness. Wait a second. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I like these. Where'd you go? Never mind.
Oh, which ones are those?
I don't know.
Are they chunkers?
Yeah.
Those are the Diamond Series chunkers from Groomer Supply House.
Use code Groomer 10 for 10% off.
Yes.
It's like James Charles. Oh, I know. We're almost done. Can we get the front part of you? One second. Move from there. Like in a situation like this, she obviously doesn't like brushing. I know that earlier I got everything out. I'm still going to try to use the comb brush, but like, I'm not looking for perfection around her neck, just trying to get it done. She. I feel like these are catching a little bit. Okay, well, these are like catching a little bit.
No. Is it dropping?
Did you?
They also, TSA also threw my bag, so who knows? Which one is it?
The diamond one.
These, okay, you can use these in place of them.
Oh, okay.
Let me check back where I have it.
Not too much. Just one. I know. We do one more run through. Then we do one more run through. Oh, I know. Oh, no. He's a happy good girl. He's a happy good girl. No, let me get some of these little, no. I know you're almost done. You're almost done. I promise. Can I do this way? Can I do over here? Can we turn? Can we turn? Can we turn? Little weirdo. So I mean, like, is it 5 out of 5 stars on a haircut? No, not today. But we were able to get done. You did it. You did it. Try to do more up here. Tell me. You have to go outside. Did she go to the bathroom when you took her out, Lydia?
She went pee, but she didn't move.
At what point do you decide that, like, it's too much, like, you need to see a trainer or a vet or something instead of just like sending them home for the day and having them come back at a different time? Like, at what point do you fire them?
I try to at least give them like 3 chances. Sometimes like, even if it's like the first time they come in and I'm unable to really do anything, I'll try again. If I can't get like anything really done by the 3rd time of them visiting me, that's when I'll call it quits. I never want to call it quits like on the 1st or 2nd try, just because in like my mind, there's always room for improvement or like a possibility that like they could eventually just start to understand a little more and work with you. But I normally, by the 3rd time, unless they were to be the type of dog that has, which hasn't happened very often with me, it's maybe been one time, but like a dog that completely cornered me, where I was just like, no, nobody should be doing this dog. Unless it's like fully knocked out. Look, see? You're done. We'll call it quits, okay? Can you say thank you for watching? You're done, Zoe. You did it. So that's one way that I work with them. You gotta go outside. Let's take you out real quick. Let's take you out real quick.
She's refusing to go, but she's dragging her ass across the grass. And then dragging me back to the door.
Is it live then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, we got Randy's commentary about Zoe.
I'm so glad.
So this is Henry. This is one of Lydia's clients. I've never met this dog or worked on him, so it's something new. What do you normally do on him?
Usually he gets a bath and then I groom his face and set a schnauzer pad and then leave his matted legs.
Which is your forehead.
Okay, we're gonna try to finish the face on her.
Do a slide.
If not, I'll include it, like I said, in the recording later. But I'll probably be doing her brother. Since she's on it right now, but we'll see how she does. So you can see. Alright. Back in front of the camera, girl. I never watched the stuff like this. Your turn. All right. All right. So last time we left off at we were doing the corner of the eye and doing the muzzle. So we're gonna go back to doing the muzzle if she'll let me. So again, we're going up in that smile position. It's okay. Sure. Up into that muzzle. And coming everything out. And on this side. Let's try the right one. Flip everything up on her head. I'm gonna blend in this eye corner over here. So I'm gonna go, I'm gonna point my shears down and that'll help blend that long hair into the short. I don't normally trim the face like this, but I'm just gonna work with however she'll let me. Brush all this up now that I got that visor trim. Come on this side, she's still got a little bit of bulk on the side of her face here. Hi. Good girl. She's got this hair sticking out here, and we want it to be a nice line going from the cheek to the side of the face, and a nice line in front of the ear. So what I'll do is I'll come in here and blend this all into the top of her head. Can you see? I'm just gonna get what I can on her and try to tell you what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So she's got some hair hanging here over her lip. You'll see on this side, it kind of comes up in that smile position. And we want to get that same look on this side. So we're gonna come up with our shears again. Anything that falls below that. We created that jawline earlier by bringing the chin back and down. I'm just gonna get anything that is falling outside of that line again. Okay. Going up in the smile position. Coming around. Now we're gonna do the top of her head, side of her head looks pretty good, and just only letting you do so much. And after we do the top of the head, we'll go into the crest, and that's that hair that we left on the back of the neck. So I'm gonna get my extreme curves out. I'm gonna start right here at the visor. Good girl. And then work my way back. Not going into the ear. Wouldn't let them normally hang their head low, but she's just wanting to keep it there, and so however she's comfortable, I will just work around her. Got a nice round head right here. You want a nice intentional line in front of your ears, and that will give you that nice round teddy bear look on the face when they're looking at you. Going straight back into the back of the head. I'm gonna comb out the ears and just see where they fall as she's just sitting here normally. And now we're gonna go right over those ears. We're not gonna go into the ears. Just gonna go right over them. You don't wanna go into those ears too much, or you're gonna create a divot and you're gonna see a line between where your ears start and your head. And you want it to be a nice, round, blended head. You don't want anything to stand out. So comb everything out. Okay. Back of the head. I'm gonna get this later, so don't worry. Just stay right there. Perfect. Gonna take a minute for that. I always go wherever you need to look. Yeah. If you want to go sit right here in the front, that's perfect. She said, please help. All that up. I usually have them sit with their head back. When they start to sit forward and lean forward, once you start to trim the crest, you'll get a divot in it, just like a dip in, and you don't want that. You want it to be a nice flush line from the back of the head into the crest. I'm gonna just do whatever she'll let me do right now. Girl. I'm gonna do her crest. Do you want to come back here? Yeah, there we go. So I did the top of her head and the sides. Her ears look pretty good in here. You just wanted your lady yet? Now we're gonna do a crest. So I'm gonna comb all of this up. Fluff all of this up. Here you go. She said no. Good girl. I'm just gonna bring this in to the rest of the head. I'm gonna turn my shears facing this way. I'm gonna go into that crest and blend it into the back of that head and to the shoulders as well. So like I said, I do end up taking quite a bit off. I just leave some so that I have a starting point, and I don't take too much off with my clippers. With your shears, you have way much more control. Cover everything up. Taking off where we left that hair on the withers, blending it into the top line. I just kind of work my way back up to the top of the head, combing out. And when they turn like this, you can use that, take advantage of that, get that other side of the neck. Blending back into those withers. Fluffing up, taking my curves in reverse. Taking it all the way across to the other side of the neck, blending it in. If you remember, we took that pretty short right here on the neck, and we're just going to blend that into the rest of that. Some bulk on her shoulders. Just get that lean on as fast as possible. Get that bulk off of there. And on this side, she still has some bulk on the shoulders. Just gonna get that taken off. And you can tell here, she's got that ½ inch here, but she's still got quite a bit of hair here on those withers compared to on her top line. And it's really just about fluffing this up. You don't want it to be too thin. You don't want it to look like a mohawk. You want it to blend seamlessly into the neck and into the back of the head. Still got some bulk on the back of the head. I'm just gonna take my curves, just bring that around to that ear. Good girl. She needs her emotional support. Corner of your eye. Good girl. Girl. Good girl. Just getting the hair by her eyelash that I left right in that corner of the eye. I'm gonna try to get her face from the side.
Are your shears double tang?
What?
Double pinky tang?
Not these.
Oh.
I do have some that are, yeah, the thinners, but then there's also those curves.
I was
These
just
are-
wondering how you like, when you flip them, how
I
you
just-
like,
I just hold my pinky out usually.
oh.
And I kind of like SpongeBob.
Pinky out.
Pinky out. And that just kind of, I don't know, I'm just so used to like holding my shears like that. Like it's just like muscle memory where my pinky needs to go. I'm gonna try to get this in right here. She doesn't really like her mouth trimmed. Understandable, it's okay. All right.
All right, this is probably as good as it's gonna get. I'm gonna go ahead and do her ears too while I'm right here. I usually like to leave ears natural. They're just always so cute how they lay. Make sure when you're going to trim the ear, you check where the ear stops, just so you know, and you're not trimming that ear off. And we're just gonna come in here and we're just gonna trim from the back. Try this side. She's missing a lot of hair back here, so I probably won't take very much. But what you can do is you can take that ear, comb everything out. This is gonna be your shortest point right here. Trim that pretty short. And then you have a nice starting line for where your ear is gonna go into. Comb everything out, still got some stuff underneath. Other ear does look a little bit shorter than this one, yeah. So this one only needs a little bit off, so what I'll do is I'll just come from the back and just even that out. It's not taking very much off. And then we have a little bit of hair right here. I'm just gonna push the ears up like this, going all the way across. Make sure it's nice and even on both sides. And just got a little bit of hair on her crest. Wish I could turn her so you guys can see this. Maybe she'll drop her head down a little bit. She's still got a little bulk on her neck here. I'm just gonna take it in reverse again. Trim some of that off. Let that in to the rest of the neck. All right. And we were able to get your face done. Hello, everybody.
I really like how you're able to do their visor. I feel like most groomers take that way too short.
It's really about taking that corner of the eye and making sure that you can see that eye from the side. And then after you do your eye corners, then go back and meet those lines at that corner with the visor in the front. That will give you that cute head every time. Just a little bit. Oh, you did so good. You did it. Oh, you did it. Look at the camera. You should be so proud. Oh, good girl. Thanks for coming, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.